Mam coś powiedzieć? Raz, raz. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, raz, raz.
But when I came here, we tried to together with my vice minister, the coalition vice Raz, 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 raz.
The digital economy of Central and Eastern Europe has grown significantly in recent years. The region has emerged as a hub for technological advancements and innovation, achieving improved economic growth, job opportunities, and enhancing its competitiveness. Despite that, we still have much room for improvement in our digital performance. Our ability to close existing gaps will greatly depend on the regulatory environment. Do we have what it takes to make the most of digital progress? Let's take a look at technologies determining our region's competitiveness. Let's seek ways to cooperate more closely. Let's bring Central Eastern Europe around its digital future. Welcome to CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2024.
Indeed, welcome everyone. It's a great pleasure to be able to welcome all of our guests yet again here in Warsaw during CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2024. It will be my pleasure to spend the day with everyone in here today. And it's a pleasure to see so many familiar faces that we've met in the past years during the summit, but also some of the guests that are joining us for the first time. Welcome again. As we have heard, AI, cybersecurity, and cloud technology, those are the three most important parts or issues that we will be discussing together. And in fact, we have divided the event today, the summit today, into those three parts. We will begin with discussing the challenges and opportunities, regulations, as we heard, of AI technology. Then we will move on to cybersecurity, so all the threats that are out there and the ways of facing them, the deeper we get into the digital transformation. And then we will discuss cloud technology, all of its opportunities, and whatever chances it creates for us, for the public, and for the private sector. So this is ahead of us in the coming, more or less, 6 hours. Welcome once again. And for today, let me please welcome also our special guests who are joined us already. Let me please welcome Ivan Ivancin, State Secretary, Ministry of Investments, Regional Development and Informatization of Slovakia. Welcome. Mariusz Viorel-Poza, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitization of Romania. Dariusz Stenderski, Deputy Minister of Digital Affairs of Poland. The representatives of the embassies of Central Eastern European countries, welcome. And he has a very busy schedule, but will be joining us quite soon. Deputy Prime Minister of Poland, Minister of Digital Affairs, Krzysztof Gawkowski. He will be joining us soon with a keynote speech. Almost without a further ado, just one more point, I think. Some of the parts of today's meeting will be held in Polish, especially in the beginning. So if this is what you need, if this is what you feel you need, there are some headsets with translation available for you to translate to English, if this is what you need later on. I think this is almost it. There are representatives of the digital sectors of 13 Central Eastern European countries, members of the Digital Coalition today with us. Let me please welcome all of them. And for the first time this year, we are welcoming also the representatives of the industry from Moldova. So welcome once more. And I want to mention, so first of all, I want to mention all of the members of the initiative, all of the representatives of the digital sector, but I also want to mention and thank the partners of this year's event, CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2024. So Google, Booking.com, Coursera, Meta, and Samsung. Thank you very much for joining us in this effort. And then, if you are willing, To get acknowledged with the agenda of today's meeting, there is a QR code, yes. So please scan it, and it takes you to the agenda of today's meeting. And oh, I forgot, there's always something you forget. Welcoming everyone who's joining us online, if you are willing to also get to see the agenda and the full program of today's event, please visit www.ceedigitalsummit.com, and which is a website where you'll also find all the relevant information. So that's that, and that's me. And now, without further ado, please welcome to the stage the man who is behind all of it, or at least most of it, the president of the Digital Poland Coalition and the initiator of the CEE Digital Summit, Michał Kanownik.
Welcome all of you in Warsaw. It's really great honor and pleasure for me to meet you in Warsaw. It's our fourth meeting in Warsaw. It's great to see all familiar faces, but for me, absolutely great that we have some new one. Of course, it's a great pleasure to meet in Warsaw our special guests from ministries, but frankly speaking, for me, the most important is that in Warsaw we can meet digital industry from Slovenia, Croatia, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovakia, Czech, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Ukraine, and Moldova. It's really great to see you, all of you, in Warsaw. I hope that you will have a very fruitful discussion, great time in Warsaw, and for sure, we will meet not only today, but next year and during many events in different countries. When exactly 5 years ago, together with Mario Lelowski and Gabor, we decided to create this kind of coalition between our digital industry associations first in V4 group, now in whole CEE region. Frankly speaking, I wasn't so sure that this initiative will be so successful. Today, for me, it's absolutely honored that 5 years ago, Gabor, we decided to create this kind of initiative. I hope that every year we will have some new members in our digital coalition. This year we will welcome Moldova. So this kind of meeting is a great evidence that in our region there is a huge potential for ICT, for innovation, for digital transformation. And we have to do everything what we can to use this opportunity, this unique opportunity which we have right now on the table in our part of Europe. Of course, we prepared an annual report about impact of ICT sector on economies across the region. And some of you probably read this report and knew some figures, some numbers from this report. During today, for sure, during our panel discussion, we'll mention a lot of numbers, a lot of conclusions from this report. But for sure, we decided together with authors of this report that in Europe, in CEE region, we have three crucial, absolutely crucial technologies. It's AI, cybersecurity, and cloud. And that's why in the agenda of our event, we will focus on these three technologies. For sure, in these technologies, our region has a huge potential. We have resources, we have very smart young companies, young engineers who are ready to take a lead and create a new products, new services based on exactly these technologies. But of course, we still need to invest a lot of money and work in building awareness across the whole region, how to explain the potential of ICT sector, how to explain, especially to SMEs, how to prepare to adopt digital services, how to increase the level of digital skills across our whole society. Because it's still I think that the most important problem for our region is a gap of digital skills and ICT specialists across whole economy, not only in our industry right now. And of course, we have to remember about cybersecurity. It's hard to imagine the bigger problem, the bigger challenge for our region right now, especially based on war in Ukraine and a global situation right now. So cybersecurity and adopt different cybersecurity solutions is absolutely crucial for our economies, for our states, for our companies. For sure, to use this unique opportunity which we have right now on the table in the ICT sector, we need much deeper cooperation between our countries in our region, in CEE region. Why? Because we are very similar. We have the common feeling of our needs, common feeling our position, where are we right now on the map of Europe, and we have common interest in building a very strong common voice in European discussion about priorities, especially in digital area. I'm sure that this kind of initiative as digital coalition is a great example how, by building a friendship between our association, between our industries across the region, we can support our governments in building one strong common voice on the political level. Of course, we are the member of the European Union, and it's absolutely great that in Brussels, especially Ursula von der Leyen understood what is the most important, most crucial issues for future for Europe. The digital agenda in Brussels is stronger and stronger. That's absolutely fantastic. And I hope that this new Commission, new Parliament, will be a great evidence that Europe would like to become a digital hub and is ready to cooperate, to be partner on the global level with all international partners for Europe. We as a CEE Digital Coalition, but general as a CEE region, should become a real partner for European Commission in this process. And I hope that our voice, the voice of countries which are hungry of technology, we are hungry of new technologies, we are hungry of competitiveness, innovation, that our voice will be very important in this European discussion about priorities. And this is the most important, I think, topic of our today's meeting, that the CEE region is ready to take a lead in Brussels, is ready to become a leader in digital transformation of Europe. We know how to do it, and we have resources, we have power to create a digital hub for Europe, yes, here in CEE region, in Warsaw, Prague, Bratislava, and many, many different cities across the region. We have a specific situation right now, unique situation. We are in the middle of Hungarian presidency. In next few months, we'll start Polish presidency in EU. And for sure, today we'll be ready to discuss about Polish priorities for presidency. But it's not surprise that for our government, the crucial is cybersecurity, AI, less regulation, more smart regulation, maybe not less, but smarter regulation in Europe. So this is absolutely crucial for our region to win this global challenge in the technology area. I hope that after this kind of meetings in Warsaw, but we have a lot of events, a lot of meetings across the region, our governments will understand that only together, only building a one common voice in Europe will be ready to create here in the CEE region a great, fantastic companies, great new digital products, services. I deeply believe that our companies, our SMEs, are ready to create these kind of products and services. We need to support them. They need, of course, money. They need smart regulations, but not barriers in this area. But first of all, they need building across our societies, across the region, awareness how to use digital technology, how to adopt this technology is in every SMEs in our region. For sure, during today's panel discussion and during our evening after party, we will talk a lot about digital technology, about AI, about cloud, about cybersecurity. And I hope that your stay in Warsaw will be very fruitful, that some of you will believe that CEE region has a power and together we can win in Europe, in region, in global level. So thank you very much one more time for your attendance in Warsaw. I'm sure that it won't be a boring time in Warsaw. Discussion will be for sure interesting and hot. And frankly speaking, I wanted to tell a few sentences about our special guest, our Deputy Prime Minister, Krzysztof Gawkowski, because you have to understand, and please believe me, that if he will tell you something from this stage, you should believe that it will happen. Why? 1 year ago, exactly 2 months before elections in Poland, I met him during some event. We talked about vision of the next government, about digitalization in the future, and he told me a very important words that he promised me that in new governments, digitalization will have much more stronger position, political position, than in past governments. Frankly speaking, I thought that, yeah, every politician say exactly the same things before elections. And after election, what happened? Yes, it's first time in Polish history, digitalization is a deputy prime minister. So the position of digital transformation in Polish government is finally on very high level. So that's why it's, for me, it's very important to have Krzysztof Gawkowski today during our events. And I hope that he will tell you much more about Polish vision of cooperation in CEE region and Polish vision of digital transformation in Europe. Thank you very much. Have a great time in Warsaw, fruitful discussion, and for sure we will meet many times during this day. Thank you very much.
And I can assure you, Krzysztof Gawkowski is on his way from the parliament. So he is joining us, but you know, I guess that's the Deputy Prime Minister's schedule as it is on a daily basis. Michał mentioned a few very important things. One was the issue of how to get our voice, the voice of the region, heard in the European Union and take initiative. A panel on that, actually led by Michał, will take place quite shortly. He also mentioned this. This is the CEE Digital Coalition report. You can download it, but if you want to have a paper copy of it, you can pick it up at the front desk as well. So there's a bunch of those in there. before we move on to the Deputy Prime Minister's speech, there's just one more message that I would like everyone to listen to. So for now, please listen to the Vice President of the EU Parliament's message, Mr. Victor Negrescu.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you for organizing a new edition of the Central and Eastern European Digital Summit. It is really important to underline the huge potential that we have in our region for digital innovation. And it's a potential that needs to be supported at European level, because I strongly believe that we have in Central and Eastern Europe those digital champions that we need for the future. And this is related, of course, to digital technologies, but it's also related to artificial intelligence and robotics. But in order, of course, to use this huge potential, we have to act at European level and, of course, develop the platforms that are efficient in developing this potential existing in our region. Therefore, I'm quite happy that in the next European Commission, several important commissioners will come from our region, and many of them are going to deal with innovation, skills, and budgetary issues. So therefore, I hope they will use what they know from our region to try to promote those key policies that we need in order to reach the potential that we have. Yeah, the key word is potential, but I'm mentioning that because I'm a little bit worried that this potential will not be met. We have more and more new digital companies developing in our region. We know that we have skilled workers, but also we know that we need more capital to develop the ideas that appeared in the digital ecosystems. We also know that in order to go worldwide, our companies, our innovators, our creators need a stronger support, because many of them, unfortunately, are looking for capital elsewhere. They used to go to UK, they go directly to the US, or even to the Asian market, whereas Europe doesn't seem to offer the right support that they currently need. And it's not only about seed capital, it's about support, it's about competition, it's about being guided in the right direction, it's about being visible, it's about actually feeling that your work, that your ideas are recognized at the right level. Therefore, of course, when we speak about the European ecosystem, we need to reflect upon all those dimensions. And of course, it is good that we have tools. We have the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which offers a great potential. 1/3 of those plans are going to digital innovation, to research, to the implementation of new technologies, meaning about 250 billion euros across Europe is going in this respective direction. But again, I'm wondering to which degree companies from our region are taking use of that existing potential and are actually winning the call for tenders that are being done across member states for digital tools. But of course, we also need to emphasize the need to try to develop common European initiatives using the existing financing framework. For instance, we do not see too much in the actions financed through the Recovery and Resilience Facility. We do not see too many European projects. For instance, seeing some Polish companies and Romanian companies working on a specific project financed through the Polish RRF, or seeing in Estonia also a project gathering an Estonian company and a Bulgarian company. And why not having companies from our region working with German or Italian or Spanish or French companies on projects financed through their recovery and resilience plans, but projects that do not have only a national dimension, but projects that go beyond to really have a European impact. And indeed, I think this is what is lacking right now. We have Europe, we see it as a market, but unfortunately, we are still imposing barriers, national barriers, artificial barriers, because for digital innovators, there are no barriers. Europe doesn't have any barriers. The world doesn't have any barriers. And if you want to succeed, you have to go global immediately. Otherwise, your idea will be stolen or your idea will be already lost. Because if you lose the momentum, you lose the potential. If you do not act immediately, other players will come around. And of course, it's normal in a competitive world. Of course, unfortunately, today we do not have so many European players. This doesn't mean that we should be automatically in competition with players coming from elsewhere in the world. I don't think it's about that. It's about simply using the potential, as I said before, that we have. And in this regard, of course, I think we need to take use and, of course, evaluate what is happening right now and the fact that artificial intelligence and robotics will dramatically change the world. Those are technologies that will most likely have a huge impact on the digital industry. Now, today, for instance, we are investing a lot at European level in training future programmers, which is good, but programming will not be the same. And of course, these new tools, these new technologies, AI as a whole, will have an impact on all of us, on programmers, but also on factory workers, on young people, but also on elderly people. So therefore, of course, we have to understand the huge impact that innovation has on our daily life, understand it, guide the direction of that innovation, uh, develop its potential while limit the risk, especially on the ethical dimension. And we have to be certain that we have a certain control over those new tools and technologies in the sense that they should respect our values, our democratic values, which are crucial for the future of our societies. So many questions, dangers, but also expectations and hopes that, of course, are going beyond the technical approach that we used to have on digital innovation. In the mandate of the Commission that is just finishing right now, in a couple of weeks, months, its role, digital was a key topic, digital and the green transition. Now, I looked at the new plan of the next Commission. Digital is not so much highlighted. It's not so much highlighted, and this can be disappointed to a certain degree, but also is not highlighted so much because we have innovation across the different sectors. As I said, in agriculture, there are a lot of changes happening right now, but also in culture, there are changes happening right now. So therefore, of course, for all of those new trends, we need, of course, to try to analyze them, to understand them. And I do believe in our region, in Central and Eastern Europe, we have people willing to be part of the process, influence the process, that have the potential to become those key technological champions that we need for Europe in AI, robotics, in the digital sector, as I said before. But of course, for all of that, we need to learn how to work together. And of course, we need to make sure that we are also cooperating between each other, because in the region, we are used in cooperating with Western partners, which is good. But why not think about Europe as a united bloc? East, West, North, South, cooperating and engaging in common projects. And this should be the case also when we speak, for instance, when it comes to state aid. Right now, a couple of countries are heavily financing their economies. Even the US, they have strong state aid schemes. And it's fortunate for them because they have the resources to do that, whereas we don't have those financial means. Why not convince them when they do invest their money in their future development to also involve partners from our region? In the same time, we have regional formats of cooperation. The 3Cs initiative that has highlighted the potential of the digital sector. We have the Danube strategy. We are talking more and more about the Carpathian European strategy. And of course, those different regional forms of cooperation should be used to enhance the potential that we have in the region. But we need to clearly define the targets. We need to clearly define the benchmarks and indeed start working. It's already too late. So your conference, dear colleagues, is crucial. I believe in its potential. I believe in the role of what you are doing right now. And I'm quite confident that we can work together in fulfilling that respective potential. As Vice President of the European Parliament, but also as a rapporteur of the European Parliament on the European budget for next year, I'm confident in this potential, and I do believe we will be up to the challenge. So good luck to you, and thank you again for offering me this possibility to express my ideas, my thoughts through this short video message. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. And as I have mentioned in the very beginning, welcoming you like a fourth time, we will be switching from English to Polish, to English, to Polish, and again. I teraz właśnie jest taki moment,
Now is the time
przestawiamy się
when
na
we are
język
switching
polski.
over
Pierwsza
to
bardzo ważna
Polish.
informacja, zastanawiałem się,
And the first very
jak
important
tam
piece of
ruch
information,
drogowy
I was
między-
wondering
Skorków nie ma,
about
między
the
Sejmem
traffic
a
between
miejscem, w którym się
the
znajdujemy, to jest na
Parliament
szczęście blisko
and our
internetowego
venue.
połączenia.
Fortunately, it's not far away and
A
the
mówię to
connection
dlatego,
is
że
quite good.
Sejm
I'm
dołączył
saying
do
this
nas
because
pan
we have just
premier
been
Krzysztof
joined by
Gawkowski.
the Prime
A zatem,
Minister Krzysztof
panie premierze, nie
Gawkowski.
przedłużając, zapraszam państwa.
So without much ado, let us welcome Mr. Gawkowski on the stage.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
wielki
gentlemen,
honor i zaszczyt
it's a great honor
dzisiaj
for me
wystąpić na
to
szczycie
speak
CEE Digital Coalition.
on the
Ale
CEE
jest to
Digital
szczególny
Coalition
dzień.
Summit.
Pozwolicie Państwo, że
It's a
zacznę
special
nieco inaczej.
day too.
Dlatego, że
Let me
zgromadzenie
begin on a
tak
different
wielu
note,
uczestników z różnych państw
because
Europy
gathering so many
Środkowo-Wschodniej,
participants from different
uczestników
countries
rozmów
of
o
Central and
cyfrowej
Eastern Europe
rzeczywistości
and
po
participants
raz
of
piąty
discussions
ma
on
szczególny wymiar. Szczyt
digital
odbywa się po raz
reality
piąty,
has a special
a
dimension.
po raz
It
pierwszy
is the
odbywa się
fifth
w dniu
time
urodzin
that
lidera
it
tego
is held,
projektu.
but
Słuchajcie,
it is
wielkie
for the
brawa
first
dla Michała
time
Kanownika.
that it is held on the birthday of the leader of the project. A round of applause for Michał Kanownik.
Centralna i wschodnia Europa
Central and
bez
Eastern
wątpienia
Europe
staje się kluczowym graczem na globalnej arenie
undoubtedly
cyfrowej.
becoming
Co do
a
tego chyba
major
nikt nie
player
ma
on the global
wątpliwości,
digital
że
arena.
jesteśmy w miejscu,
Nobody
które
has any
cyfryzuje
doubt.
się,
I believe that we
robi
are in a
wszystko,
place
żeby
that is
usługi
become
publiczne
digitized and
stały
doing
się
everything
coraz bardziej
in
dostępne
order
w całym świecie.
so that
Ten cel
digital
transformacji
services
cyfrowej
become
myślonej w
a
europejskiej
part of our world.
cyfrowej
The
dekadzie
digital transition
również dla
that
naszych
becomes
sojuszniczych państw do
an
2030 roku
important
stanowi
aspect
pewną
for our
granicę, ale też kierunek
member states is
Stawiamy na
a
edukację
border
cyfrową, administrację
and is a
cyfrową.
condition
Nie boimy się
for the
nowych,
new processes.
technologii.
We do not fear new
Inwestujemy w
breakthrough technologies. We invest in artificial intelligence. We know the potential of the cloud, and we are leader, and we have great potential to become leaders in different areas, as Poland is a leader in the area of open data, where with a result of more than 95%, it is far above the European average. We have a great potential, and we should be proud of it, and that is how we should about digitalization in Central and Eastern Europe. It is right here that, thanks to the personal potential and the skills available and our discoveries, we can use digitalization to catch up what we were losing for decades before, and at the same time to be a leader of the digital transformation. Of course, the stable development, digital development, digital future, and the state and the citizens, they should all be components of what is really important for us. Seeking ways of making us all satisfied, successful, and knowing that we haven't wasted our time. We must also be able to identify issues and problems which can be obstacles obstacles on the way to this development, but also in our national security policies. What makes up these problems? Nowadays, it's mostly cybersecurity. Collaboration and coordination of cybersecurity between Central and Eastern European countries should be of key importance and should be at a breakthrough level so that we can take good care of the security of our citizens. From the European and world perspective, Poland is one of the most attacked states in the cyberspace. The incidents that we see and that are verified go in the numbers of hundreds of thousands. It's 100% increase over the last years. Those who assault Ukraine or that collaborate with Russia have increased the attacks, and I believe that we should all realize that cybersecurity should be a goal for Central and Eastern Europe as an alliance for building the security of citizens. It should also be a priority for the EU and for the world, because a lack of ideas for good cybersecurity will always entail problems with implementation of technologies. We know that we can counteract, because CEE countries are forges of IT talent. We know that technical education and science education are subjects that we focus on, and the development of IT and focus on cybersecurity allow us to make use of the people who get educated here, even though they often migrate outside of Europe to seek work. We have to keep them here and provide them with conditions, both in terms of finance and of professional development. Poland and other countries in Europe have a great potential for the development of people, for the development of AI. Poland and all of us, we are prepared to implement foreign investment in our states, especially in these areas of IT, which is a live mechanism of control tools can demonstrate that we are worth investing money. CEE countries have different areas of specialization. So this collaboration can be complementary among us, and we can use each other's experiences. And as the Minister responsible for digitization, I invite you to collaborate with us and to build this responsibility together, and also use opportunities such as this summit here. I would like to invite you to build governmental coalitions between our states. Let our states know that we know how to make use of the potential. The IT sector, only in the CE sector, accounts for about 5% of the GDP, about $35 to $65 billion. In our states, there are almost 1.5 billion people, million people working in ICT, and estimations say that we will not only double, but we will need more than 4 million of people in this sector. Importantly, we also have a strong position in international trade, responsible for about 4% of trade in goods and 5.5% of trade in ICT services. If we work together, we can multiply these successes. Over the last years, we have had new unicorn startups in our IT sector, which are already valued at more than $1 billion. I'm talking about single unicorn companies. That means that we can imagine what we then implement in reality, and we turn our ideas into facts. This is incredibly important for our region. The building of the potential of the future, competitiveness, responsibility and security. We know, however, that successes can lead to solutions, but they can also lead to problems. And this is the case for AI. It is worthwhile to go for AI, for quantum computers, for post-quantum cryptography. And we should consider this as something that can make lives of our citizens easier. But we must keep in mind that without well-prepared legal frameworks, this can also entail risks that can make life more difficult for the state, for the business, and for citizens. Lack of responsibility for how we implement artificial intelligence, the technology in our lives, will always end in us being unable to envisage where this path can take us. This is the first time in the history of humans and of the world where we don't know what will happen. We were in this place once, and that was Project Manhattan. That was a place that generated the nuclear warfare. For years, we thought that we had a balance. Now we are thinking again what would happen if these weapons were used on a mass scale. Let this inspire us in thinking about AI. Let us make AI such that it will give more possibilities to humans, but humans should decide how much they will allow AI to do, rather than the other way around. This is something that we should not forget. Finally, we should be aware that in order for the state to develop, for digitization to move forward, we have to invest in digitization. We must support it, and we must spend our national funds, but also we must invent within the frameworks of alliances in Central and Eastern Europe, in the European Union, that money should go into digital development, education, hygiene, cybersecurity. Unless we put the money into that, we will lose our competitive edge. And so what should define our direction for the future should be wisely spent money, responsible legislation, which does not mean that we need over-regulation, because that would stand in the way of innovation. And we should put this main goal forward. The regions that develop can become leaders for the entire continent. We have all the premises for that, and therefore I will repeat collaboration 3 times. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. This is the key component of building responsibility for the digital transformation, where every potential effort, economic, human resources, research and development, and education potential will be utilized, and then we will certainly reach success. Thank you very much.
Panie premierze, bardzo dziękujemy. 3 bodaj rzeczy, o których pan wspomniał, to zdecydowanie będą elementy, o których będziemy dzisiaj rozmawiali. Cyberbezpieczeństwo. Wspomniał pan, że Polska jest jednym z najczęściej atakowanych online za pośrednictwem sieci krajów, i to jest cała jedna z części naszego dzisiejszego spotkania. Wspominał pan o sztucznej inteligencji, o której dosłownie za moment.
Having mentioned these 3 areas that we are going to discuss, especially cybersecurity and defending against cyber attacks, you said Poland was very often attacked in this region, and also as part of what we talk about a lot is the legal solutions that have to be implemented that are safe for business on the one hand, and they did not restrict business operations. A big thank you to you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. And now we're getting close to a panel discussion, and we're switching back to English.
Bardzo dziękuję. Państwo, przechodzimy do pierwszego panelu.
Thank you very much. So we are moving on to the first panel.
Will be with our special guests. So please welcome to the stage Ivan Ivancid, State Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization, Slovakia. Mariusz Posa, Undersecretary of State, Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization, Romania. And last but not least, Dariusz Tanderski, Deputy Minister of Digital Affairs from Poland. A lot of topics, but maybe first I will start from Dariusz, because Polish presidency will be for us, for Poland, but not only, for the whole region, very crucial, very important. So please, one more time, explain what will be the most important topics for Polish presidency. Is there any chance that point of view on digital transformation will be on the really very high level in Polish presidency?
First of all, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for this discussion, especially that we can have it with my friends, with Mariusz and Ivan. As we agreed before the event, we don't have many opportunities to meet each other. We meet each other like 3-4 times per year only. So this is the 5th time that we can meet. And secondly, I would like to apologize because this meeting for me will not last long, because we have today first budgetary discussion in the Parliament, but second and even more important for us, we have a reading for our legislation at the government. So unfortunately, I need to leave 11:30 to discuss about e-delivery system in Poland. And what's most important, we are set and ready to start our presidency in the European Union. We already gathered all organizational stuff with our presidential events. We have all set, and we are prepared in terms of the program for our presidency as well. And our priorities are well consulted with our friends from the member states of the EU. We presented it to the Commission as well. And as we have mentioned here on the event many times, the top priority is cybersecurity. And we are sure that we need to find a new approach for the cybersecurity across the European Union. And we need to think not only about the better coordination of cyber, for example, by ENISA, but also about the funding of cybersecurity. Because, as Prime Minister mentioned, Poland is today the most attacked country in the European Union, but there is no guarantee that in the future the other country will be the most attacked. So we need to be prepared and funded by not each member state, but by the whole European Union. And this will be also the vital point of our agenda. And we are in the good place, because not only we have our presidency, but we have also our representative as the budget commissioner in the European Union. So he understands how cybersecurity is important. And Commissioner Virkkunen, President Virkkunen, also understands how cyber threats are important in our policies to defend it. And our second priority of our presidency is to implement the digital package wisely. Because we all can agree that the previous Commission left us with the many digital regulation, but they left us without coherent digital legal system. And we need to turn those hundreds of articles into working system, and we need to do it together. That's why during our presidency we want to set a discussion, workshops, and we need to have a closer cooperation, not only telling each other how we implemented regulations, but also why, and to find possible common points of the implementation to end with the not 27 different procedures, but with the one coherent European procedure of this implementation. And the AI Act is the best opportunity to train on this issue. And our third priority, which will be widely seen during one of our conferences in Szczecin in May next year, is about digital diplomacy. Because we want to open up to our partners, not only in the European Union, but also to the countries that are not yet in the EU, but they will be in the future, like Ukraine, like Moldova, like possibly other countries. But we also want to be open for like-minded countries, like Republic of Korea, like Japan, like the United States, and all the all United Nations agendas. And we want to make this Brussels effect stronger. So those are our three priorities. I'm thrilled to start our presidency from January. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm also really glad that we can do it together with my friends from member states and with the digital ecosystem in Poland and across the EU.
Thank you very much. Of course, we will come back to these priorities in our discussion, but now, because Prime Minister mentioned, similar to my words, about potential in cooperation in CEE countries, that we should build this coalition deeper and deeper and build a common voice of this region in discussion in Europe, maybe not only in Europe, but in general discussion about digital transformation on the global level. So, Ivan, question to you. What is, in your opinion, how to do it? What we need to build a deeper coordination, cooperation between CEE countries? And is it possible, in your opinion, that in the next discussion about next regulations, for example, this crucial regulation for ICT sector, the CEE region will have one opinion, one voice?
First of all, I would like to thank you for a heartwarming welcome in Warsaw. This is my first time, and first time on this summit. I would like to divide the question to two sub-questions. First of all, I think that the voice of CEE member states is already presented in Brussels. For example, Slovakia, we had the presidency in 2019, and that AI Act was started there. We were working on it like workhorses. We were pulling it to the, I think, great end. So right now we have managed to build the act. Now it's time to implement it. As was pointed out, the implementation of AI Act is a good, or even great, to point it out, opportunity to show the whole European Union the collaboration level of CEE member states. Right now we are in the beginning, I think, of getting the collaboration and cooperation throughout the CEE member state up and running. I would say that the Polish presidency, upcoming Polish presidency, has a partner in Slovakia, has an ally in Slovakia, and also the friend. So we are really looking forward to enhance our cooperation in this topic, because we are relatively open economics together in the CEE region, and we need to harmonize our legislation throughout these pack of acts. So right now, it all starts on good collaboration and partnership. I think we are the closest member states in the European Union. We have Visegrad 4 platform, we have CE platform, so the platforms are there. It's time to work, it's time to manage to put the effort into the harmonized legislation through the AI Act, Data Protection Act, and so on and so on. So I think it's doable and it's feasible for us.
Thank you very much. Let's fill these all very smart words with some meat. Cybersecurity is absolutely crucial, and there is no doubt that without this topic we can't move on. Mariusz, what to do to keep our region safe in this area? Is it possible to keep our region safe without coordination about cybersecurity on the regional level? That we should have maybe not the common but similar solutions in this area, because even one country without or with not so good solutions in this area could be very dangerous for the whole region. So how create this cooperation about cybersecurity? We have a lot of initiatives last years in this area, but nowadays, based on our experiences in Ukraine, what to do to create a real, very safe harbor in our region for our business, our citizens?
Yeah, first of all, let me address and express the gratitude for your invitation here. It's the third time in Warsaw to your invitation. I address my respects in behalf of Romanian government and my team, Minister Bogdan Ivan, and this distinguished guest from the Polish government. If we skip to the topics, it's very simple and it's complicated at the same time. As we talked in private before this, you need a common voice. Because if we don't start to speak the same language, and you know, it's like in the war, don't let nobody behind. We must make efforts to create a safe line for the cybersecurity, the same rules, and maybe you told, okay, we will find a country somewhere who can approach about of our standards. So what means? If we talk about interoperability, he will be a bridge to enter in our safe security, cybersecurity, because everybody is avoiding the word cybersecurity terrorism, because we know the definition of terrorism. We not entered here, but if the community will be very affected about a cybersecurity threat who make damages, at the end, everybody will suffering. Even if it's one small neighbor, one big neighbor, because the economy, it's economy who is joined together in Europe. So I think it's time to stay at the same table, the private sector, the government sector, and to find the best solution, to find the way to find money, because also Mr. Negrescu, who is my colleague, says we need money, we need to focus to create strong European companies, and to find the solution to don't have our specialists, in Asia, in the United States. It's not a declaration like we don't want to go there. No, we must to do everything to keep it here, to have the best practices and the best solution here. If we talk about innovative solution, we have a lot of innovative solution. Let's find the best one, because as you know, if we stay, 10 countries at the same table, and we can provide the best innovative solution, we will spend money for nothing. Because maybe in a certain time, the innovative solution, the result will be opposite of what do you want to create it. So I think one common voice to create simple but strong rules. We can lead the Europe without rules, but we need to have clearance rules with very good defined terms and specific for all of us. So I think these are the line of cybersecurity. If we talk about cybersecurity, both of our countries are here, okay, on the border with the war from Ukraine. So we know how many attacks we have day by day. We have a lot of people who are working to this, and thanks God we are well prepared, also Polish and Romania, and we didn't suffer massive attacks because the distinguished auditor knows we have thousands of attacks, cyber threats by day. If we are not going in the media and we are not providing, this is not don't mean there are not such attacks. So I think it's a common voice, strong, and very clear defined rules.
Thank you very much. That's for sure. About this common voice is probably the most popular words during whole day today, and I hope that everybody will remember these words. But you mentioned about our regional companies, that we should build our own companies. So Dariusz, the question to you, because in our report, annual report, we mentioned that our region is a specific situation regarding to the Western Europe. For example, we in our region, in CEE region, there is much more young companies created than in Western Europe in ICT sector. We have higher numbers of ICT specialists per 1,000 capital than Western Europe. But we still don't have some fantastic companies in this region. Of course, we have a lot of examples, but how to support our local regional companies from ICT sector in this process, building very strong product services on the global market, how to use this potential which we have in young engineers' heads?
In this area, I agree with the Draghi report about not only regulation, but also strategy, how to use technologies and how to support them with capital. And during our presidency, I wait from the European Commission only for the one document, and this document is AI use strategy. This is the very lacking strategic document in this our whole ecosystem, because we have regulation, but we don't have a strategy how to wisely spend our public and private money. And I believe when we'll have the AI strategy for that, we'll also be able to add other technologies to that, and we can start the new direction of the European Commission's work. So that's the first, to have a common strategy, not only how to regulate, but also how to invest. And second is, continuing my previous remark, it's about the market burdens. Because today, when Polish, Slovak, Romanian companies are getting bigger and bigger and take this ability to go abroad to the other market, unfortunately today, there is no fundamental difference between going to the Czech, Hungarian, Slovenian market, or to go to the directly UK or the US market. There's still a lot of procedures to compliance. There's still a lot of differences on making business in our countries. So there is a great question before every company. Okay, I need to still hire a lawyer and accountant who knows the market in the European member state. So maybe I will hire another lawyer and another accountant to show me another non-European market. So it's ridiculous after 6 decades of European integration and more than 2 decades of European integration of CEE countries. So first, strategy of investment. Second, harmonization of our legal system in terms of doing business, because we need to be the real single market, because today, unfortunately, we are the single market only on the paper and only in the declaration of the European Commission. Those two pillars are necessary to create more valuable and also better solutions for businesses.
Thank you very much. You mentioned about money. Of course, it's crucial for this technology. And one extra question to you, because I would like to skip to AI and cloud. But first, this money. We have in Poland cybersecurity fund. Prime Minister is planning to create an AI fund for investments in this area in local SMEs in Poland. What do you think? Maybe it's a good idea to copy these solutions on the European level, maybe minimum regional level. We have, for example, 3C's fund, which was not so good, especially in digital area. There was no projects, frankly speaking. But maybe it's a good idea to create a regional investment fund in this area, AI, cybersecurity, to support regional initiatives, regional projects, maybe cross-border projects in this area. What do you think?
Obviously, it's first great idea. Second, I believe that this chapter will also find its place in the European Commission's strategy of the AI investment. A couple of months ago, Prime Minister asked then Commissioner Thierry Breton to start the preparation for the European AI Fund. We know that Thierry Breton was not able to do it, and he's not anymore able to do it. But from our point of view, if you make European strategy of investment, it's quite responsible to implement this strategy with the pan-European funding, because without funding from the European side, the strategy will be also another document which will be left on our shelves, and everybody will forget about it months after published.
Thank you very much. I hope that it will happen. Ivan, yesterday we talked about AI and cloud and about some problems with understanding our needs in Europe in this area. That we are focusing on regulation, not in action. So please tell us something more about your point of view, how to find the balance between regulations, which is for Europe specialization, and action. How to find this balance? Is it possible at all right now, in your opinion?
As you said, that in the European Union we are really great and into the regulation. Even our partners in the USA are making joke about that, because we are really quick in regulation and slow in the innovation. I think it's even the Draghi's report is a call to action in this topic. So we have made the regulation. Right now it's time to implement it, and also throughout the CEE region I would like to see collaboration in multiple levels. For example, for artificial intelligence, it's crucial high-performance computing infrastructure. Right now in Slovakia, we have an initiative where we are building multiple high-performance computing infrastructure. We would like to interlink it to be interoperable. That is on the national level. We can scale it up, that interconnection. For example, in Ostrava, in Czech Republic, they have also built it up a good ecosystem for the high-performance computing. So let's interconnect it. I heard that also in Poland, in the southern part, you have that initiative that you are building up also the high-performance computing. So right now we have in the small region multiple supercomputers, put it in that way. I think we should interconnect it. Every computer has to have some kind of specialization. It's needed to have sharing the good practices throughout the whole region of CEE and scale it up. Also provide these resources to SMEs because, as you pointed out, we have lots of SMEs, the young SMEs, and we need to help them to grow into the strength. So this would be, I think, the best approach for our region. Also, we need to collaborate within the private sector, the public sector, and also the academics. We need to cooperate in this triangle in order to achieve the goals. So I think this would be crucial, and also this is the lower level. As we already pointed out, the legal system has to be harmonized in order to make possible to our industries to be in the single digital market, because single digital market right now it's on the paper. So this is definitely this is the topic for us. The AI Act and implementation of the Act as a horizontal principle could be used to harmonize all the other acts and legal systems throughout our CE region and accomplish the goals that are in front of us.
Thank you very much. Dariusz has to go, so maybe a last sentence about summary, because before summary from our side, excuse me, but parliamentary obligations are...
Yeah, so again, apologize for my early leaving, and we see the potential new fields of cooperation, as Ivan mentioned right now, that action is not only about planning new common investments, it's also about using every potential we have right now. Yeah. And I believe that's also a good proposal in that area. And also, as we all mentioned, together we can scale up our not only businesses but also our voice within the structures of European Union. And we see here that together we can be even stronger in that legislation in the EU, and also in creating strategies suitable for our SMEs, which is of the vital importance. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much. Mariusz, we can talk a lot about AI, cybersecurity, cloud, different technologies, but there is no sense implement all these technologies in our lives, in our businesses, in administration, without competences to use these technologies. Okay. For sure, our region has a huge gap of ICT specialists. What do you think, what we should do together, because it's possible to solve this problem one by countries, but how to prepare our region to this challenge as implement of new technologies how to prepare our ICT specialists, how to increase this level, numbers of these ICT specialists, how to build digital skills across whole society, from the pupils in schools till seniors and public administration. Because with that skills, we can only discuss about AI and cybersecurity.
Okay.
But I know that this is a question very huge.
Yes, yeah, it's huge. If we starting from the beginning and we talk about, let's say, the creation of this ICT specialist, I will tell you, in our university in Romania, we have a lot of them. We have very good specialists who are going out from the doors of the universities. The problem is how to keep it in the public sector, because our life today, it's around money, okay? Because the topics, the general topics, if we talk cybersecurity, ICT specialist, anything you want, it's about money, okay? I think in a certain moment, we must stop, to stay together, to find the lines, and as I told you, to try to keep it here. Also in Romania, my team with Minister Bogdan and myself and a lot of colleagues, we want to have back our specialists. We want to stop the migration of the specialists. So if we'll have very strong and very successful programs who rewards the specialist, I think the specialist will be there. What specialist, if, I don't know, let's skip from the IT&C and go to the, I don't know, to automotive. If you go to a service, okay, you will not find a good specialist in a service who don't pay the mechanics very well. So it's the same things in the cybersecurity, in the IT&C, and in the whole this area. So I think gathering together at a round table with the private sector and to support each other is the key. We talk about the common voice, the European common voice, East, West. No, I think we must, first of all, we must understood our Central Europe. It's the same like the West Europe, because only together we can be stronger. So definitely, I think we need to have a common voice from here, who can make a common voice, let's say, with the West side, okay, and put together the private sector, the public sector, and to understand only, and it's not a political message, but only a united Europe in all of direction can be, because otherwise we will be, I don't know, a playground by 500 million people who are playing here with big difference between countries, because the specialists, they are used, I don't know, in the other countries who can pay more, and here we are lose the specialists. If we talk, if we are talking about the, I think my main concern is the technological transfer. If we have good specialists, we created strong ideas, the best ideas, but we are not transferring in our day-by-day life, why are we working for? So we must understand from the university, from the R&D institutes, we must take the ideas, to implement it, to find money, because it's very simple to use a specialist from the universities, because everybody told me, you know, we talked before, and it's like, you know, my team is the kindergarten team. Okay?
Yes.
So, but my kindergarten team, who are actually students by the second, the third year, they can create it more than, I don't know, expert by the same age like me. So I think it's time to take the best from the universities, from the R&D institutes, to make transfer technological, to find solution, to find money, to create, why not, to create this fund for the cybersecurity, and not only for cybersecurity, but I think, first of all, we must to create a strong protection of our system, and after that to create inside, because if you create something inside, and you put it, I don't know, in a storage, but you don't have somebody to keep and watch that product, he will disappear. So I think the main idea is to focus on the university or the R&D institutes to take the best solution from there, to analyze them, and to put it in practice. Because in that way you'll use the creative solution, and you don't need to spend so much time to create new specialists. And yes, the impact is direct. Everybody's talking about digitalization, cloud, AI, but nobody is focused on digital transformation, because digital transformation is to find the approach with all the people from our countries, because it's not like we are created a tower where we stay and nobody must to enter. No, we must to go to horizontal. Everybody to understand they must to secure their, I don't know, their phones, their personal computer, everything. Because if it's a very simple example, if we talk about a DDoS attack, okay, can be done from your computer if it's not protected. And if it started to hacking some system, we'll have some problems. So in a certain moment, I think this is the time to wake up, to take our specialists from university, from R&D institutes, and to provide technological transfer. And in this time, we need many, many specialists in cybersecurity, because if we are looking in Russia, in China, we will see they are training day by day, exactly, hundreds and million hackers who attack our systems. So this is what we need.
Have to be ready. Thank you very much. Of course, if you have some questions, please raise your hands, and the mic will be just behind you. But Ivan, question to you, because you mentioned about that the digital single market is only nice words. Unfortunately, I have to agree that the very long way to reach this digital single market. But what to do? What we should do to reach this magical digital single market? How to avoid in Europe some ideas about protectionism? Because in Western Europe especially, we have some examples, this way of thinking, that let's keep this European market more closely because we are not ready to compete with some global players. Do you think that this is a good way to reach the success?
To be honest, my personal opinion is to open to the market, because closing to the European Union level, I think that would bring us to the less and less lower and lower level of competitiveness. So we need to open it. We need to share with our like-minded partners around the globe. For example, it was already pointed out, USA, South Korea, Japan. I would like to also point it out that Slovakia has a good partnership with Singapore. Singapore is one of the leading countries in the artificial intelligence, and Singapore has roughly the same population like Slovakia. They created some kind of fellowship of small states. So why don't we partnership with these like-minded states like us and cooperate it on the global level? For example, Slovakia has also chairman in IGO in OECD. It's also co-chairing GPAI. So we are working on it. As a small state, the voice is already on the global level. But if we want to really make that single digital market up and running and achieve that golden goal, I think that the harmonization it's the key. Because right now, to be honest, I feel overwhelmed by all these acts that was produced throughout the last period from European Union, and we really need to put hands on the table and cooperate with each other throughout the CEE region, because right now I think the culture of legal systems throughout the CEE region is more or less the same, even before going through the process of European Union harmonization, because the culture is similar. So I think that's the first step. Find the similarities between our countries, then find the differences, harmonize it through these acts, and then ramp it up through the whole European Union. But we need to talk with our partners also outside the European Union. So this would be, from my point of view, the key of success.
Thank you very much. Do we have any question from the audience? Yeah.
Hello, Adam Grodecki from Nokia. I heard a lot of amazing things about keeping specialists in the region and also building those resources to be able to develop AI applications. But do you think also about creating kind of a super secure transit between the countries, that whatever is developed inside is already quantum safe and it is already kind of keeping also the intellectual property rights untouched?
If I will answer yes. We already started to create such organism to have cooperation and to keep the copyrights and everything, and to create a strong and a very, let's say, if may I use the task force for keeping keeping safe all we are done in the region. And we have collaboration with Poland, with Hungary, with Slovakia, with Czech Republic. So yes, we start to create such organism because we need such a thing to create our intellectual, to protect our intellectual property, and to create a very clear strategy for the copyright.
We have time for one more question from audience. Yeah.
Private and public sector, and obviously the discrepancy is significant. Have you seen any practical solutions to this problem working so far, or what's the status of the thinking on this question?
Do you want to ask?
If I may. Right now in Slovakia, for example, we have multiple organizations when the private sector and the public sector meets and working hand to hand together to achieve the goals that comes from, for example, the European Commission, and also the goals that is made on the national level. I consider the private sector like a partner. I cannot do anything without the private sector. So we have also the digital coalition in Slovakia. We have other numerous organizations that are agenda specific, for example, National Supercomputing Center. We have also Q that is responsible for quantum computing and quantum communication. And in all of these organizations, or even Slovakia, where that kind of free partity is maintained. So if we want to achieve the goals that we have mentioned, it won't be able we won't be able without the cooperation with our private sector. And also, we have also pointed out that some kind of EU funding. We need also the private sector funding to achieve these goals. So it will be like a partnership from my point of view. But we have already established organizations and platforms and forums where we can exchange our points of view and definitely build up the strategies on the national level and also the European.
Thank you very much. Very shortly, Igor.
Yeah, thank you. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you. It's just the same sentence, but if you can explain the concrete public-private partnerships for concrete services with the private sector. Is this case, or is it's possibility not just about the policy and this, but concrete technology, solutions, innovations to build it together? Because it's not just for public sector, it's also for the business and also for the citizens.
For example, the National Supercomputer Center, I have already mentioned that we have multiple sites that we are building up right now. We would like to also, and this was definitely mentioned in this discussion, that we would like to provide the computing resources also to the SMEs. So this is the collaborative platform, not only for the academics, not only for the R&D, but I want to see some kind of innovation drive to be applicable in the real life. So this is the collaboration platform that is already in motion. Also, the AI Slovakia, for example, that is an organization where we have academics, where we have our ministry, and also the private sector IT association. Right now, we are building from the scratch this organization and making strategies how to also encourage the private sector, how to help private sector in order to implement artificial intelligence infused application and bring to the citizens at the end, and also together with the government.
Thank you very much. Of course, you can continue discussion during a coffee break. Last few words exactly. In your opinion, the biggest challenge and the biggest opportunity which we have right now for us, for CEE region, in a digital area. Two words and two words. Biggest challenge, biggest opportunity.
Biggest challenge. Polish must prove in the next presidency he can create strong mechanism and can raise the voice and put us together. This is the challenge.
Yeah.
And the biggest mechanism is to try to create new lines in the digital European market, new lines in the digital European cybersecurity. I think these are enough, because if we put a lot on the paper, at the end, it's just a paper.
Exactly. Ivan?
The challenge not to over-regulate the digital sector, especially through the AI and so on, because in Slovakia, a decade ago, we had some kind of sport of gold plating in regulation. So this is the challenge for us. And definitely, the second one would be, we have two members of CEE states after another in the presidency. So we can see maybe some kind of continuity, because the period of the presidency is so short. Right now, we have opportunity that two CEE region member states are one after the other. So there has to be some kind of continuity. There has to be clear vision, and there has to be collaborative platform that is produced by Polish presidency, and definitely all hands on deck.
Thank you very much. I would like to summarize this discussion with 3 or 4 words. First, cooperation. Second is partnership. And third one, but for example, it should be first one, common voice. And I hope that today we made a huge step towards these 3 words to become its reality. I hope that every month, every year, this common voice will be stronger and stronger. Thank you very much. Ivan Ivancin, Mariusz Posa, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe just one last thought that we heard during this panel. Only together we can be stronger. Otherwise, we'll turn into a playground, I guess, was the word. And let me leave you with this thought for something that Michał has already hinted. There is, in fact, a coffee break, but please don't take very much. There's going to be a proper break later on. We will meet back in 14 minutes. So only 4 espresso? Or a double espresso. Double espresso and macaronis are very good. Yeah, enjoy. These who are still in the hallway, or foyer, if you will also join us in a second. We have a sort of a fireside chat, so to speak, in a second. But before we move on to it, let me please invite, first of all, our guests. Anna Kirita, Strategic Project Director at Moldovan Association of ICT Companies. Hi. Alexandru Gozun, President of AmCham Moldova, PwC Moldova Office Lead. And then, before we start, I would still like to ask Michał Kanownik back on the stage, because I've not seen you for a while.
Yes. For a moment, I don't want to interrupt in your fireside chat, but
you already started to do that. So.
But first, I have to make an announcement. Why are you talking about Moldova and ICT sector in Moldova? Because it's absolutely pleasure and honor for me that this year, during our summit, Moldova will join our digital coalition as a next member. So absolutely great to cooperate with you, with our digital coalition, with our priorities for digital transformation in Europe, in CEE region. So I hope that every year, next country will join us. So today I welcome Moldova in our coalition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a very nice, fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Michał. Welcome once more. Great to be able to join you. So yes, we're at the very moment where Moldova is officially joining the coalition. So like my natural question in a way is, where do you see yourself in this coalition at like the very, first day of joining it, Anna?
Thank you a lot for this question. I think Moldova has demonstrated all the way through in the last years that it is a part of the European Union, first of all. Second of all, it wants to be in the family of the European Union, and it shares the same values when it comes to economic development, to digitalization, to women empowerment, to tech related subjects, ICT sector competitiveness. With the invitation coming from the Polish counterpart to be part of the digital coalition, we raised our questions within the association, so why not? When we have the same values, and we do believe that Moldova can make a difference with the proximity to the whole EU, speaking many of the same languages that you all do, having a wonderful pool of ICT specialists, and having an open government declaring that the ICT sector is a priority and digitalization and digital transformation is a priority. Even today in the morning, we have a high-level visit in Moldova. Ursula von der Leyen is visiting our president and our prime minister, and mentioning that with the upcoming elections, Moldova will receive more and more support. So we believe that we are part of this region, and even in the morning, you've mentioned Mario Lelovsky, who is part of the Slovak association. We've cooperated for the last 4 years for them on different projects. So we want to see more and more and more opportunities for collaboration and be there.
So you're sort of new to the club, but you've had your ways with the club before.
Well, it depends what means new to the club. I think we know a lot of different stakeholders in the region. Personally, I haven't met yet the Polish counterpart, but Slovenian, Slovak, Romanian, Bulgarian counterparts, we've been in cooperation for many years. Also, all of us seem to be part of other organizations, such as Digital Europe or Digital Semi-Alliance, which are the European organizations, so we know how it works. And then being part of the digital coalition makes it even stronger on the motto of being stronger together.
Alexandru, where do you see, excuse me, Moldova and this community of this association of countries?
Yes, well, thank you, first of all, for this opportunity and for the invitation. I say that I'm rather inspired by what we've heard in the morning today, and it's somehow very much resonating or relatable to what we feel. We are also hungry for tech and innovation in Moldova, and we want to learn from the champions. But we also can bring value as ourselves. despite the thing that in some areas we might be far from what has been achieved in the digital transformation area in the region. On the other hand, we would like to hear that common voice close and to be part of that common voice at the same time. And I think that's speaking on behalf of the business community in Moldova, which is quite broad in terms of diversity, right, in industries. I think this understanding of the relevance of being integrated regionally in the digital sense is very important for us. We have started our discussions. It's aligned with what the public sector in Moldova is building on through the strategies and plans and different programs and everything which is somehow helping the private sector to integrate. But I think it's important for us also to be proactive in this sense. And this is why I would like to be engaged and to participate and to hear what's happening, learn from those who have been progressing more than or quicker than us, or even propose our way to solve some issues which might be easier to be solved, as Moldova is a smaller country, but maybe as a potential for testing ideas, if you wish.
What are the cases then, or the learning opportunities that you see in the region? Like, what are the, you know, maybe solutions that you see in other countries that you feel are applicable to Moldova?
I think it's easier to respond where there are no options for that. And I'd say virtually none.
Okay.
Because it's pretty much everywhere. We're talking from the overall economic or countrywide perspective, like public sector, public services, transformation of the public sector, but also going into the private sector and how different industries can transform themselves, can become more efficient, and can become more integrated regionally in this digital infrastructure. And look, we have a pretty broad spread of progress between different companies, between companies with foreign capital or local ones, between startups, and what we can actually do about growing digitally in Moldova. So in order to bridge that gap, we can learn exactly from the company's experience in the countries which are part of the coalition, right? And that's also applicable to the social aspects. We can explore areas which are aligned with which those three mentioned in the morning: AI, cybersecurity, and cloud. So for AI, we're trying to progress even quicker. Together with Anna, we are trying to put this on the country's agenda. We have organized the conferences on AI. We will plan to do that further on. For cybersecurity, it's a huge question mark what's happening. It was voiced here on the stage, and for Moldova, it's really crucial to be prepared, and there is a learning ground for that, of course, how to do that quick in order to overcome the immediate risks which are on the table. But also on the cloud side, cloud services side, for us, for instance, it's important to learn from the experience of other countries and build awareness about that it's safe to use them and its potential to use them. So trying to build awareness on all the levels, if I'd say, of the society.
I'm wondering what's on the way, or what challenges there are, Anna, from the whole industry's perspective, but like single entities, single companies as well. Like, what is the daily things that the industry faces, and it's like, yeah, we need to figure out how to do it. Maybe some time ago we discussed, like, Estonia was brought up because it always is, right? Maybe, like, there are some leaders who that have examples of certain solutions. What would that be for Moldova?
I would start from a different perspective, like what has the industry achieved probably until now. And I think Moldova is quite unique in its relationship to collaborating with different types of the government over the last at least 15 years that we've been part of the industry. We've seen a growth of 50 times with a special, unique, I would say, fiscal regime. The beneficiaries of particularly our organization programs are every 8th citizen in Moldova, which is quite a lot. I know the country is small, but anyways, reaching to every 8th citizen through educational programs or through acceleration programs or through entrepreneurship development elements in collaboration with the government is something to reach. When it comes to challenges, as all countries around, Moldova has been hit highly by COVID, which enabled the growth for the ICT sector. But then the war came, the war in Ukraine and the Russian aggression, which actually created Moldova as a very high-risk country. We are neighbors. And we must say that many of our companies faced the uncertainty moment where they had to decide whether they stay in the country, whether they keep the contracts in the country, specifically the foreign companies, or they have to move. So besides the daily, challenges of like workforce development, specific environment for the ICT companies, this uncertainty moment creates a very big burden. This is exactly that particular opportunity to collaborate because Moldova cannot face this challenge alone, and the uncertainty stays over the last 2 years already. So how do we overcome that? How do we ensure that Moldova is a safe place along with others? I understand that we are all competing, but anyways, we can cooperate, not only compete. There is place for everybody. How do we ensure that there is growth, there is value-added growth and not just linear growth? And that we will all live in a place where tech is at home in a way, but also it's safe and good for foreign investment, and it's a trusted place for the foreign investments. And this is a lot of elements kind of concluded in here, like how does the government work, how does it enable its services, how does it communicate with the outer world? So we do see that this is a major challenge in the upcoming period, and to overcome that, we definitely need cooperation.
And is the government, the public sector, supportive of that?
The public sector is supportive because currently the ICT sector probably, I know we will hear about the GVA, we still relate to the GDP. So the IT and C sector currently are about 7% of the country. So you have to kind of listen. Plus it's the highest growth. Plus it's the highest, one of the biggest employers with most better paid jobs. Currently we have the best paid jobs in the country. So yes, I assume that there are not really many choices of not embracing digitalization and digital transformation. So the question is how smart can you be and partner with the private sector, and how the private sector, including nationals and internationals, can help the government succeed, because a success is not only a government or a private sector success, it's a country success. So how do we actually do that it happens? So currently we do have an open government that supports. For example, the fiscal regime I have mentioned has been extended for another 10 years. Until 2035, it's a virtual e-park or IT park, which applies a 7% flat rate on the turnover, which is quite attractive, probably the most attractive in the region. At one point of time, developed with the support of PwC. So,
yes.
Do you want to add to that? Do you want to add to what Anna said?
I can second pretty much everything Anna said. And I think maybe adding one, it's not a challenge, it's something we need to see how we actually managing to reach that point, is to, given the scarcity of resources and the limitations we do have, okay? I hope so too, yes. I think we need to find a way to build higher added value in what we are doing. Given the scarcity of resources, this is the only way we can actually ensure that growth we would like to have in Moldova, which would not be only for the IT industry. I'm speaking in general from the business community perspective, and that can be done, in my view, only with use of tech and with proper managing of the resources towards the development of the tech, and looking into the technologies which are actually able to deliver that added value built in Moldova. And why not? in time, we might be thinking of building something in Moldova which would be then scalable to the region to a certain extent on different use cases. So that's the driver, but that's also the challenge. How do we get to that point? Are we making that jump? And I think in the history of the tech sector in Moldova, we are talking about decades. Like the first decade was 2004, 2014, with a certain level of growth, given the to your question about state support, it was a certain level of state support. Then 14 till now is another level of support and growth, given the IT park regime, which was indeed something we initially thought as being not that efficient as it proved to be in time, if we look at the dynamics of it, how it grew. But I think the third decade, which starts like now, should be about that, how we are ensuring that we are building that added value, which can actually help us leapfrog to that point would like to be. And I think being part of this environment we're here today is able to contribute to that to a great extent.
Hopefully, I hope this is what happens.
Yeah.
Anna, Alexandru, thank you very much for the conversation. Good luck. And I know you're off to your next duties. I'm not going to take much of your time. Thank you once more.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks a lot.
Since we have 30 seconds left, if I may,
of course,
we would like to convey the invitation to maybe host or have you at one of our events in Moldova next year. The one would be during June 5th, 8th at Moldova Digital Summit, but we are happy to even host a digital coalition event at some point in time. So welcome to Moldova.
Thank you very much. I told you about the CEE digital report that we have. I want to encourage you once more to either grab one of the copies that are out there at the reception desk, or there could be a QR code, I guess, in a sec that would take you directly to the place, where you can download it from. There's a lot of information in the report on all of the aspects that we are talking about today. And now, let me please move on to our next keynote speaker. I would like to invite Zydrūna Vitaitė, the co-founder of Women Go Tech from Lithuania. Hi. Hi, great to meet you.
Good to see you. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And today we're going to speak about the already discussed topic from the very introduction to the panels, even here, the talent topic of the region. I will see if I have the slides. May I have the slides? Yes. So we are talking about the potential of the technologies. We talk about the influence of the region to the political agenda on the European level. And from my perspective, from our perspective, the one thing that we couldn't forget is the driver for the technological innovation is the talent that we have in the sector. I represent Women Go Tech, the organization that is working on upskilling, reskilling talents within the for the industry and within the industry. And we've been around for nearly a decade. We originally are from Lithuania, but we work on the region of Central and Eastern European countries. And we were looking into the talent topic of the CEE. As mentioned before by the host, there is a CEE Digital Coalition report that is available and has the section of the talent. And this is one of the graphs that I wanted to look into before we dig deeper of one of the researches that Women Go Tech has done in the previous year is the ICT graduates within the region as the percentage from total graduates that we have. And it was very nice to have all the politicians and representatives of the industry talk about the potential of the talent. But I would like to look into this graph and ask the question for everyone. Is this the ambition for the region? Is this something that we want to see? It's very nice to see the growth of the talent pool. However, we are at the fore with Estonia, of course, leading with roughly 10% from the total graduates with the ICT specialists. However, we are at the very limited talent pool that today is joining ICT studies and is the future talent pool. We see a tremendous growth in Romania, for example. We see a good growth in Lithuania, in Slovakia. However, are these the numbers that we would like to see in the region? And where are we focusing on? With Women Go Tech, we wanted to look into the region from the more diverse perspective. From those numbers that you saw before, depending on the market, 10 to 20% of those graduates are women who are looking into the tech sector as their potential opportunity and who are considering tech sector as their future career path. So we conducted a study that is supported by our partner Google.org and OSCE, and is conducted by Synthesis Consulting Group to look into the female talent and their responses on how attractive tech sector it is for them and what could be done in various markets to actually attract more talent towards the technology, towards the potential technologies that we want to see striving in the tech sector. So we drove the research into two categories. One, we actually asked women, what do they think? What are the barriers for them to enter tech? And these women are from 13 markets, from 3 Cs initiative markets that we focused on, including Ukrainian women in exile. And we also talked to experts. Some of the experts are here in the room. Some of the experts were recommended by the people here in the room. So we wanted to see what are their recommendations of the measures to take to attract more talent into tech. And we looked into several categories. This is just for you to understand on how diverse the audience is, rural, urban areas, age, education. But where I want to stop is we also looked into a couple of the categories that you would see in the slides and the data afterwards. So the experienced talent, that means the women who already work in tech for 2 and more years, and fresh talent, women who are considering joining the tech sector. And one of the things that we asked is how many of you have participated at any initiatives that are focused on upskilling for tech jobs. And very interesting, I would consider, and we were surprised that the results are quite positive. More than 62% has joined. I think you can hear everything with the mic, but I'm so sorry. So has joined some kind of initiatives, some kind of trainings, depending on the market, of course, to try out whether the tech sector is for them. We also looked into their goals. Why do they come to tech sector? And what is the motivation? What is there that they want to achieve within the tech sector? And here, there are some very interesting aspects. Of course, the financial motivation and aspect to earn a better living is one of the drivers for any specialist, both men and women, to join technology industry. We also learned that women, fresh talents and experienced talents are coming to strengthen their expertise, to become better specialists within tech industry. So they want to learn more. They want to be great specialists within the tech industry. However, what is very alarming to us, and that is something to look for all of the markets, because that's universal, that's the average from the entire, from all the 13 countries, is that women are not considering tech sector as a potential to build their own product, to start their own business. These are one of the lowest numbers that you can see. So we are very good with the initiatives that we started today to promote tech sector for employment. However, we want, discussing the opportunities for the region, we want more businesses, we want more unicorns, we want innovation within the region. However, a lot of talents that are considering the tech sector are not even considering building their products or starting entrepreneurial journey. So if we just train our talent pool, is this good enough? We heard today that AI, cloud computing, cybersecurity are the topics and the priorities for the region where we want to see our tech talent focus on. We also asked respondents of the group, where are they looking into? What are the sectors that are most interesting for them? You can see the tech sector novice, so that means newbies, fresh talent. Where are they looking into? Data science, quality assurance, cybersecurity, which is nice to see as one of the priorities for the region. However, when we looked into experienced talents, the interesting point, what we learned is that 21% and more have not decided yet, even when they already work in the sector. That means there are a lot of horizontal opportunities for the careers. There is a lot of focus that could be to retransition talent from one area to another area. We also asked a very simple question, is how do you evaluate your digital skills? That means digital literacy, capabilities to use computer, phone, web applications, and so on. Of course, you can see that those who are not interested in tech sector, who are not considering joining, not considering requalification, 40% of them are not comfortable in their digital skills. That is expected, that is understandable. But what we also see, that experienced talents who work for more than 2 years in the sector, 25% of those are not fully confident in their digital skills. So they work in tech jobs, they drive tech teams, however, their self-confidence in the digital skills is not the one we want to see. This is the focus where we should be looking into when considering the imposter syndrome and women basically feeling comfortable at what they do. In our report that would be available very soon in the Women Go Tech webpage, we also compared the markets. We wanted to see what is the country readiness to enable women in tech, and what are their potential areas to focus. So we ranked the markets, and Bulgaria, Lithuania, Romania, Latvia, Estonia, you see are way above the average to be considered as markets very ready to engage female talent in tech. But they also, there are certain measures to take where certain markets need to focus, such as more student opportunities to get to technology. I'm not sure you're able to see so much in the detail, but definitely this report will be available for everyone to see with the country profiles of where the market can focus. We see that we asked whether you see in your market enough tech quality jobs. Are there stereotypes still present within your market to consider women as ready to take more leadership opportunities or general tech-related jobs. And what we saw that generally the markets are being, tech companies are being considered by women as a safe space to work, that there are opportunities for them. However, when we ask, where do you think the sector should focus? Where should we pay attention to? We saw that women responded that they want to see tech companies investing more to attract female talent, that there shouldn't be gender stereotyped recruitment, and they want to see
more companies hiring despite the background of education, hiring despite the fact women graduated ICT studies or not. And here's one of the graphs that I really like. And here's a very clear direction where companies, where the industry can focus. So there's like a high priority, good enough, but still we could be focusing on. And then really important, highest priority, we should be spending our attention here. So women want to see more work-life balance within the industry, equal pay, constructive feedback throughout their career paths, gender unbiased recruitment. These are the areas that women responded to us as important when they consider tech-related careers. And some of the areas where we looked into the society level, in general, do you see the positive change within the society on what is happening and is the country and the government doing enough? So more or less above the average, what I wanted to highlight that fresh talents who are just considering to join the tech sector are more positive that the stereotypes are not present. But when we talk to experienced talents, the situation is slightly different, and they refer to the situation to be improved. There are different measures that the countries can take, where to focus, what kind of programs to maybe create, initiate. This is something for you to take into consideration. But what I wanted to where I wanted to stop is we also compared the markets in our report in a bit more comprehensive manner, compared the markets from biggest barriers where to enter tech to least countries having least barriers and what unites them. And you can see we still have a lot job to do in Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, basically in the region, I'd say, because it's roughly 19 to 25% of ICT talent is women in European markets in general. But the biggest barriers per country, unfortunately, are still related to the stereotypes of women doing tech jobs, but adult women having equal opportunities to join tech and similar. And we could not avoid the topic of the AI. So we really wanted to look into the women interest in joining the, so to say, revolution of AI, the trend of potentially not only using technology, but maybe in the future contributing to the creation of innovative solutions within AI field. And we asked, because there were so many articles, and again, we asked women and we asked experts in the similar format, and this report is already available for you to download within the Women Go Tech website, are women interested to use AI? How do they use AI? And what are their perceptions towards AI? And we were positively surprised. 68% of our respondents have used at least one AI tool. We have done this research when Google still had Bard, not Gemini. So it was last year, with Poland skyrocketing with the responses, 87%, Estonia, Croatia, Romania, Slovenia, and all the markets demonstrating that women have tried some tools in AI, and this is a big potential we should be focusing on. We asked also, what is your attitude towards AI? We compared the markets, which are the most positive, which are maybe have a bit more to do when it comes to promotion of the AI. And we also wanted to understand why women use or do not use AI. It's a lot about the feeling of cheating when using AI tools. It's a lot about the data security and data privacy and understanding where the data goes. It's a lot, you can see lots of markets share the same feedback that I don't know
how I can trust the data that is being suggested to me. So there is a lot of the education that still has to be provided to the general nation to attract more people towards using AI and afterwards creating the technologies and innovations throughout it. And we asked them on how, what motivates you to learn? So younger audiences typically are more influenced by peers. More adult audiences are motivated by their either education or work environment. But there's one thing where I would like to really stress: 30% of our respondents are not sure if their employer, what is their employer policy towards AI usage at work. 26% of those respondents indicated that their employer does not have any policy towards AI usage. 14% of respondents indicated that their employer does not allow any use of AI tools at work or for work purposes. And what we noticed that if women are not given instructions or allowance to use, they will act by the rules, and they will try to avoid that. 16% of all respondents indicated that their employer policy allows AI usage, but only 8% actually trains and provides the guidance on how to do it. So we talk a lot, but we expect that someone else will do the job, and someone else will actually train our talent on how to navigate within this. And for the very end, here are some of the measures to reduce those barriers. Training at the workplace, which I guess is expected from the previous slide that we showed. Free community courses, clear work policy for AI usage, clear explanations on AI functionalities, limitations. We do talk a lot about role models and women within the industry or driving the industry. According to our experts that we interviewed, it's not as important to motivate the general crowd to start using it. So there is a lot to start from, but always standing in similar conferences like this, I come from NGO, I come from, and also from tech business myself. So we do focus a lot, not only on the talking and encouragement, but we also do focus a lot on actually doing the stuff. This is one of the programs that we have just launched for the general public, focused on women to actually, this is AI Foundations program supported by google.org that supports us to actually build something like that, totally free for everyone. I just checked before jumping on stage, we have 7,800 registered users already from Lithuania, from Poland, from Romania, from Hungary, Slovakia, Latvia, and so on, from Central and Eastern Europe, who just want to learn the foundations, to understand where it can lead. This is free to use, take it. If you want to localize it, this is the next step. We have also just signed the NDA with the joint efforts agreement with Ukrainian training network, DIA. I guess you are well aware of that. So some of our courses are available there, and we continue educating the general crowd. And here we are as a non-governmental organization to actually support you as a platform in a mission to educate the talent field, to motivate both men and women to join tech industry and actually drive innovation for the sector. So I'm here today. Let's talk, let's exchange ideas, what we can do to support you on the mission to create the most hungry, as mentioned earlier, talent pool within the Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zydruna, for this talk and for actually taking us somewhat seamlessly to one of the parts, as I mentioned before in the beginning of today's summit, of today's event. We will be concentrating on AI, cybersecurity, and cloud, and this is the part where we'll be discussing AI in the next panel, Technological Catalysts of CEE's Growth, and this is AI. But before we move on, let's please have a short introduction.
AI is a game changer, aiding decision makers and the business in their tasks. Effective adoption of AI gives the region with a chance to enhance its economic competitiveness and address current challenges. AI could contribute trillions of USD to the global economy. It could lead to a major increase in productivity. In order to succeed, we must work together in developing an AI-ready policy framework. AI could also introduce new risks. AI-based solutions are predicted to revolutionize employment, forcing changes in the job markets. How to make the most of AI in Central Eastern Europe?
So, as we have heard, there are a number of issues and a number of challenges. One of them being finding yourself on stage is probably one of the challenges sometimes. One of them being the the employment market, obviously, and this is obviously a huge challenge. I myself work in the creative industry, and the question of will AI take artists' jobs or IT jobs is a question that's always been present, and I'm again in not the optimal place apparently. So this is one of the questions, but there are many more. So we heard in the beginning of today's meeting, regulatory issues is, again, one of those issues. How do we keep it in a frame, but make this frame broad enough so it doesn't stop enterprises, doesn't stop businesses from developing? So this is it, and this is at least part of the framework, part of the challenges that the industry and that the policies need to face. What's more in that, and what are the answers to, I guess, a number of questions? This is a part of what this panel will be about. Please let me introduce Anna Wittenberg of Dziennik Gazeta Prawna to host this panel. Yeah, you gotta go like here, I guess, or maybe there. I'll take those then.
Hi, I'm Anna Wittenberg. I work in Dziennik Gazeta Prawna. I'm a journalist writing about tech, and I have a really large panel today, so I really don't know how we will manage to do it in 45 minutes, because our subject of our topic is extremely interesting, and it's about, as you said, it's about technological catalyst of CEE growth. So two really hot topics in Poland, especially growth and AI. And today, there will be my great panelist, Evgenia Yarina, Government Partnerships Executive from Coursera. Hi. Yeah, you have to, I don't know what you, in front of... Theodor Panayotov, CEO Ethermind, board member of Digital National Alliance, Bulgaria.
Hi.
And then Laura Schulz, EU and AI Policy Manager, Booking.com. Martina Silov, President of Crow AI Partnership and Mindsmith Croatia. Then Tomasz Snażyk, founder, AI Chamber, Poland. And Jakub Turowski, Director of Public Policy for Central and Eastern Europe, Meta. Hi. Really nice to have you guys right here. I have to answer first questions without any introductions because we have really not much time. So I would like to ask you what role AI plays in driving economical and social progress in the region, because I've spoken with Google VP, Ms. Heather Atkins, and she said they used AI in their cybersecurity team, and then the effectiveness of the team grew as about 50% just after introducing AI in really small part of the task. Do you see AI yeah, do you see AI's role in social progress in the region? And let's make it free to answer. Yeah, Tomasz?
Me?
Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Tomasz, then Jakub, sorry.
Okay, so we as AA Chamber, based here in Warsaw, we did a study. Unfortunately or fortunately, it's only in Polish, but we will translate it to English. So we did a study in Poland, in Estonia, in Romania, and in Czech Republic regarding the usage of AI and how actually SMEs look on the AI. So we surveyed 350 SMEs. I don't know if it's big number for you or not. For us, it's big, okay? And for the survey, because it was a quality survey, and as it is with the quality surveys when you waste someone's time. So the most important thing is that 9 of 10 SMEs use AI. So that is one thing. The other thing is that sometimes the change to use the AI is not from the I would say the board level, but sometimes it's from the lower levels of the company. And what is very crucial is that only from all the survey, only 4% of the employees, they are actually afraid of the AI and that they will lose their jobs. So I don't know, Anya, if I managed to take this question.
You gave us numbers.
Yeah, but just to give you 3 quick numbers.
Yeah. And Jakub, you have a wide view on CEE, so please tell me, AI for social progress, is it working or not?
Well, I think that AI should precisely be this technology that would allow us to speed up in where we are with technology and innovation in Europe, because obviously, and we're not the only ones who say so, Europe is lacking behind from an innovation and technological perspective. You take the Letta report, the Draghi report, and so on and so forth. Everybody's saying the same. There is a problem in innovation in Europe, and don't want to go too much into the figures, but if you take the GDP per capita in the United States today, it's like twice as big as the European one, whereas 20 years ago it was exactly the same. You have the 10 biggest tech companies all over the world. There's none from Europe, and it's not always been like that, right? If you take the 3G revolution, it was all about Alcatel, about Nokia, about Siemens. Today we see that Europe is not in the driving seat. Obviously, AI could be this kind of new revolution that could allow us as Europeans to win it back, if I can say so. But today it's not the case. Today, obviously, it is not the case. Again, one figure, if you take the privately funded investments in AI in the US and in Europe, the ratio is 20-1. So we see there is a problem. Now the question is, where does this problem come from? And I guess there is also here quite a consensus to say that one of the reasons, and obviously it's a complicated topic, there is all the approach to risk, to investment, venture capitalists and stuff like that. But one of the problems is also everything that is related to the framework in which we operate. And I think it's fair to say that we had a kind of a huge tsunami of regulations in the past 5 years. I think broadly everybody agrees on the fact that these regulations were absolutely needed, that we needed to kind of have these boundaries to be sure that the products that will be developed will be ethical, safe, and so on and so forth. But now the question is, how will it be implemented? And today we see that there is still a huge fragmentation of the European market, and Minister Standerski was talking about it a few minutes ago. And maybe most importantly, there is a massive unpredictability about how we're going to be treated as companies that are developing AI. And what I'm talking about is absolutely not only conceptual. Like, the real consequence of that is that you have an increasing amount of products that are just not being launched in Europe because we,
as companies developing LLMs. We just don't know. We just don't know if we can train our models on data of European users. We just don't know how we can. So this lack of predictability is something that makes me say that, yeah, AI is a potential, but today it's only a potential in Europe.
Well, that reminds me of, Martinas, your case, because you founded your startup in Croatia, but you operate, as you said just before the panel, you operate in states, and I wonder why your startup is not contributing to European economy, but you decided that it will be in the US.
Yeah, I think unfortunately everybody knows the answer to that question, so I will skip that. I will maybe have a short digression regarding the previous question and get back to you. So basically, when I see Europe, it makes me really sad because I'm European. I was born in Europe, and when I think about the startup that I work now for, or when one day I will be building my own startup, I will never do it from Europe. When I think about Croatia, Croatia is something different because I think everybody knows Croatia by its beautiful coast, national parks, sea, especially Polish people. You love Croatia. So everybody thinks about some beautiful country, but when it comes to tech world, we are some kind of tech miracle because we have 2 unicorns. We have just 3.8 million people. So we are the second country in Europe and 11th country in the world by the number of unicorns per capita. One of the biggest exits in Croatian history was an AI startup. That startup was called Photomat. That was the third most used generative AI application in the world. It was built in Croatia. We also have, relatively recently, we saw the AI index. Croatia was nominated being the 10th country in the world by consumption AI. So it's ranked by AI unicorns, AI startups, unicorns that exited in AI, and so on. So when I see Croatia, it makes me happy because we have a lot of startups, we have a lot of scale-up, we have a really beautiful ecosystem that we built in CRAI, Croatian AI Association, where we don't put a lot of scientists or AI people or engineers there. We managed to get all the stakeholders in the same place. We have policymakers, we have creative people, we have product people, we also have multinational companies and big tech companies, but we also have unicorns and startups and small SMEs and so on. And when I see that, it makes me happy. But we have to follow the regulation from Europe, and we have to follow their rules. I'm not quite sure that the regulation at this phase was necessary. I am aware of that we have to protect our rights and we have to protect the citizens of Europe, which I absolutely agree. But I think, and what a lot of people actually agree with, is that it's maybe too early because we are still not quite sure what we are exactly regulating. And when you're still not sure that you have to, in an early stage of startup, if you have to dedicate 50% of your time by thinking, what should I do or what it's forbidden, then you're actually spending a lot of time just thinking about that, not thinking about innovation, not thinking about new projects, not thinking about new products, and you're limited. And you're spending a lot of, not just time, but money, because right now what you need in a startup, usually when you start a startup in US, you need good tech people, you need good product people, and you need good business people. In Europe, you need 3 lawyers. Because it's getting out of, yeah, so I think it's getting more and more complicated, and that startups, because we often have these questions, what should we do? Like, what's the first step? Because people want to follow regulation, they have to, but they don't know how to react to all of that. So that's my short answer, sorry.
Others? Theodore, well, I saw you, waving your head.
Yeah, I was just, I found this very, I relate to this. We had 8 lawyers when we founded Ethermind. The AI Act was still a draft. Look, I'm fairly sure that we can all share our local optimism. I come from Bulgaria, which, as you know, it's going to have its 7th elections within 2 years, so I can't speak for the government. Come to me in 2 weeks. I'm fairly sure that based on the statistics and preliminaries, I'll know some of the people in the government and be able to patch you up with them. However, we have those unique and very interesting local wins. So we also have one official unicorn, several unofficial unicorns. which happened over the last year, booming startup ecosystem. But we also have two, actually not one, but two AI institutes in the country. One is called Insight, and it's all about deep tech, AI startup, like super deep PhD level students are coming there. Lots of collaboration actually with ETH Zurich. And another one is called Gate. So Gate was founded with Horizon 2020 money, and it builds digital twins of all kinds of things. And also it's a part of the NATO Diana accelerator, so dual use technology, cybersecurity is there, lots of talk about like post-quantum, etc. And what the people in Gate did, again, with one of the attorneys, with the lawyers who we are using as a consultant within my company, is they actually built a sandbox environment where companies who are thinking about, okay, what are we actually building with these AI products? What are derivative works? How does it work with the local laws, with European law? They can test there with various data sets and combine the connections with all kinds of constituents. So that's, I think, a very unique proposition. So we have those sparks of excellence, even in environments which, generally looking from abroad.
But it's a governmental ones, yeah? Not private funded.
So it's funded by Horizon 2020 money.
Yeah.
And lots and lots of connections with private companies as well.
Okay. And girls, what do you think about the topic about, making progress with AI?
Yeah, I'm very happy actually to be here on behalf of Booking.com, because we maybe are the other example. We started 25 years ago as a Dutch startup in the Netherlands and grew now to one of the largest travel platforms. So actually there are examples out there where you can have success in Europe, and I think Booking.com is one of them. But of course, I think there are some challenges that we are facing, that other companies are facing as well. But I feel from also the previous conversations we had today, I'm very hopeful, because what we hear from the government representatives is that they hear our concerns and they want to actually let the dust settle before regulating on top of what has been already regulated in the last mandate. And I think from our perspective, this is really something that we were advocating for quite some time, and we're happy to see that this is going in the right direction. Therefore, we're really looking forward to the Polish presidency, not only because it's the start of a new mandate, but also we have now black on white what Draghi was saying, what Letta was saying, and we really need to now draw the right conclusions from those reports and make sure that they are translated into actionable policy that we as companies can work with.
Yeah, I would like to talk a little bit more about the social development aspect, because you asked about the economic impact, but also social development. And here, when we're talking about the effect of AI, most of the time we're talking about the impact on jobs the AI will have. So
yeah, it's a first question: will AI take our jobs or multiplicate it? Or?
Yes, exactly. And as Coursera, we're conducting a lot of research as well in terms of what skills that will be relevant currently and in the future. And we see multiple risks. We see that if in the past the jobs that were lower skilled jobs were affected by technological developments, nowadays even skilled people, their jobs are at threat, especially the ones that are following certain patterns, involves decision making. And we constantly hear that 45% of current skills will need to be replaced by 2027, specifically for CEE region as well. But at the same time, we see huge opportunities, because we already see the numbers that people who have AI skills, they are able to perform 12% more tasks, for instance. We are performing them at higher quality. The quality is increasing by 40%. The productivity is growing. And also, companies are ready to pay 27% more salaries to these people. So the question that I would like to discuss more and hear more during this CEE Digital Summit, Coalition Summit, is how do we address upskilling and reskilling as this digital coalition, and what kind of frameworks we're going to use for reskilling our citizens, both low-skilled and people who have high level of skills nowadays. So this is the topic that we are, as an organization, very excited about.
Okay, we talk about the digital coalition in CEE, so that makes me think about another question. Do you see CEE as a region who has common interests, and are they the same interests that, for example, France and Germany, you know, Jakub, you're making.
I think it's a super important question. There's on the one hand, and you know, in my function, I have this great pleasure to really travel all around CEE and discuss with stakeholders in the whole region. And very often what I hear is an extremely kind of tech-driven, tech-savvy approach. What I hear very much is this understanding that this is by tech that we can leapfrog. We are a region where we don't have this massive, huge industries like the BMWs, the Carrefour, the LVMH, and so on and so forth. So there is a huge understanding in CEE that tech and AI can help us to grow. But on the other hand, I think we still need to do our homework to be more efficient and loud in defending our interests as CEE citizens, like, you know, in Brussels or even at a more global level. I'll give you a very concrete one example.
I just want to say one thing, that I asked this question because, as you all probably know, in Draghi report,
I was about to say so.
There is
there is nothing.
Nothing from Central and Eastern Europe, so it's only Western Europe perspective. So yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. If you take the acknowledgement of the Draghi report, there is like all the think tanks, trades, NGOs, companies consulted, 70 companies, one Bolt from CEE, no NGO, no trade, no. So, and really when I saw that, it struck me because, I mean, to me, it really means that we as the kind of CEE tech ecosystem, we still have a lot, but really a lot to do to be more present where the decisions are really taken.
And guys, what do you think about it? How can we cooperate? And maybe it's time for, I don't know, CEE Draghi's report, you know, part 2.
I think that it will be very hard because it was actually the Commission's idea to give it to Mr. Draghi to write this report was actually, I think, it was a good idea. He's a PhD from the MIT. His voice would be actually heard, and we will talk about for the next quarter. So I think shame on them that they didn't consult CEE except of Bolt. However, I wouldn't say we don't have to, you know, listen to what's in the report and actually take some action. And the action should not be, you know, putting more regulation on the tech industry, because right now I think we have in EU around, I would say, 100. Or maybe somebody here actually counted them, but well, maybe you counted them. But we have 100 of focused EU tech, you know, regulations. So the regulations and changing of them, it's not the way, you know, to actually prosper the thriving ecosystems in all the countries. So that is one thing. The other thing, in my opinion, is that some of the, I would say, regions of the CEE are much more aggressive than the others. So, for example, if you will take Estonia or Lithuania, they're much more aggressive regarding their how they want to approach fintech or other sectors than for example Poland, because you know we're just a bigger country, you know, with much more problems, and they have other overview on that regulation spectrum. So I would say that sometimes the coalitions will be with France and without France. Sometimes it will be with Germany, sometimes without Germany. However, However, it is a factor, and I think in this room that we can all agree that mostly, we are against France, or France is in putting something on the rest of the Europe, not only the region. So they're not evil, but they have their interests. It's a matter of making decisions and putting them into effect. So regarding to actually what you said, Martina, is that we need actually in Europe is the stability of regulation. Just stop regulating. Stop for a moment. Just stop regulating what is going on. Give us some space to grow. Give us something that that the AI or AI companies or tech companies can grow, and we actually can build something. Because I think that the only, and you can check me and I can debate that the only unicorn from the EU money is Airbus, right? So that's we need to put our money to somewhere where we actually can grow the EU economy. Not only over-regulating tech companies. Sorry for the pretty
emotions.
Yeah, emotions. But it's just too much. It's just too much.
Tomasz is managing the AI Chamber, and it's a first association that kind in Poland. And I've been on the opening ceremony, and there were many fantastic people, many fantastic startuppers, and I think you have the deposit of their emotions, because I know you're talking a lot about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to this point, and we are talking a lot about regulations today, but also something I wanted to emphasize is that there are several representatives of large American companies, including myself, and I think we should take responsibility as well on how to make the CEE region stronger. So I'm originally from Moldova, but I lived also multiple years in Ukraine. I'm currently based in London, and I'm running large workforce development projects for the region. So I think it's our responsibility whenever we are running these projects, when we are identifying funding, it might be European Union funding, it might be Western funding, it's crucial to involve local partners, local companies that will create their contribution, they will provide their local expertise, but also they will learn and grow within these projects so that there are sustainable elements for the future, so that the region becomes much stronger. And I have some tangible examples that I can discuss later on if the audience will be interested.
Yeah, and we speak a lot about the regulations, but do you see any other barriers to AI growth in CEE except the regulations? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not in CEE, but our focus or the majority of our partners are actually SMEs. Across Europe, it's almost 90% of the accommodations that are listed on Booking.com, SMEs or independently owned companies. So not chains, not big chains that can actually invest in digital tools. And we wanted to know more about the uptake of AI amongst our partners, and we partnered up with our knowledge partner Statista to get to know them and to get to know as well, like what they're doing in terms of AI. And it was really striking that only 8% of those that we asked have AI tools in place at the moment. 23% are saying, yes, we want to have it in the future, but we don't have the capacity now. But 66%, which is quite a lot, is saying, no, we're actually not planning to use AI. So there's a huge gap that was identified also in the Draghi report on productivity. At the same time, there's not even this willingness or the capacity to invest in AI tools that bridge this productivity gap.
Yeah. Theodore, what do you think? Are there any other barriers?
Okay, I think that there's two things which we need to take into consideration. First of all, AI is an exponentially growing technology. It's just riding the wave of anything silicon-based. All of you know the example, our phone is more powerful than all the NASA computers which sent humans to the moon 50-something years ago. This is an exponential technology, meaning right now, let me give you a perspective. GPT-4o, which is the previous model which was available in OpenAI's paid version. Sorry for discussing OpenAI, they're not here, but similar, Llama 3.2 does the same thing. It has 100 points of IQ when you give it an IQ test. GPT-01 preview, 6 months later, has 120 points. 120 points is already smarter. IQ tests are not, universal, but it's a measure. It's already smarter than most of the humans. So we're one generation away, or maybe 2 generations away, of a class of AI models which will be able to do a lot of the things which we as humans identify ourselves with. This is the hard truth. This means that AI models now, AI tools now, they need to be given to pretty much everyone within corporations, within governments, and they make those people much more productive. And I think that education is extremely important. Upskilling of pretty much everyone globally within the workforce, especially older people, because the younger people, look, I have 3 kids, all 3 are AI integrated. The 5-year-old already plays with and talks to the GPT models. The 15-year-old runs circles around their teachers. But older people need to adapt, and they need to upskill, because we will hit a wall where a lot of the human economically viable tasks will be automated. And, a friend of mine was able to sneak a question to Vinod Khosla, who's one of the leading Silicon Valley investors, a couple of months ago. And she asked him, okay, Vinod, do we do labor augmentation, which is, using AI as a leverage and allowing like Copilot, when you're a coder, you use Copilot, you produce more code, faster, quicker, more efficient, better code. Or we do automation, which happened to Gary Kasparov in 1997, and since then our phones are better chess players than Magnus Carlsen, everywhere. And he said it's very good to automate as long as you're automating humans who cost $200,000 a year, which is all the medium to senior developers in the Silicon Valley. But this is an Excel function somewhere in someone's budget. So we need to start adapting the population for this reality that they'll become more productive. Thus, being more productive, they'll be able to create more. This is a future where we still have control of our future, and we can look at the different perspectives and scenarios and use the scenario where we all become creators. The size of companies goes down, the size probably of governments also goes down, and every one of us is kind of like a conductor of a hybrid team of humans and AIs.
Okay. That's really interesting what you said about the AI natives. Maybe we can use it as similar to digital natives. I have a 7-year-old daughter, and she's like, "Mommy, can we generate a cartoon for me?" And it's pretty insane, because 2 years ago there weren't such abilities. It couldn't be done. So, Martina, how do you see it? What are other factors that are not stimulating or slowing the growth of AI in CEE?
I have to disappoint you, but I don't see the difference between CEE and the rest of the Europe from my perspective as a startup, because I can't have a decision regarding regulation. I have to follow it. But regarding motivation and mindset of people, I think we can do a lot, because your previous question, why we chose US, because when we come to US, we have been talking about that. When we come to US, everybody's open to business, everybody's open to opportunities, everybody's open to testing, and everybody's open, okay, you have new tool, you have new technology, it's AI, blockchain, data, whatever, we don't care. Does this make a difference to my business, to my family, to my, ecosystem? Yes, amazing, let's do it. Here, wherever I come, even if it's Paris, Warsaw, Berlin, Madrid, everybody has the same mindset, and that mindset is really, really safe. and nobody's testing, and nobody's ready to test. Regarding the survey about SMEs, we are actually doing a survey how much people or SMEs use AI. Those are all products from the US. That's called hygiene if you use ChatGPT. That's not using AI. If you're running a company, if you're running a telco or a bank or, I don't know, company in FMCG sector, consulting, and you're given an opportunity to start up to fix your problem with their technology, then you're doing AI, and then you're ready to risk, then you're ready to experiment, then you're ready to scale the economy. Because if you have companies that have problems from one side and you have problem solvers that can be startups, it can be AI agency, it can be IT agency, it doesn't have to be something unique and something that will change the world. But if you give the opportunity to those people, you scale the ecosystem. You can't have any impact on regulation, it's already done. But I mean it is, but you can have a huge impact how you react to new opportunities and how your kid is going to, I would say, grow in a Europe in which everybody's open to innovation, in which people are open to business stories like Booking or something like that, or Rimac Cars in Croatia or Infobip. So it all depends what is, I would say, the role model. If the role model, we can change the world, then you can change the world. But if the role model is, oh, I will be using just someone else's products and I will be the follower, then you won't be creating any leaders. So that's it doesn't matter, are we talking about AI or some new tech in the next 5 to 10 years? The problem will always be the same.
So you think about mentality.
Yeah, mindset.
How to change it?
I think you have to, for example, what we did in Croatia. So like I said, we have really a lot of great stories in Croatia, but the mentality, the mindset is still, everything is horrible. But what we did, we brought those people from Croatian unicorn startups, cool people from, I don't know, healthcare or law firms who are doing something in AI, whose life was changed by technology. We brought them to schools. And we call that project Heroes, because the kids in schools are heroes, the professors are heroes, the person who is giving the lecture is a hero. And they talked, it was just like, I would say, motivation speech about how, what they're doing, how the technology is changing their lives, and so on. And kids were like, oh my God, I want to be an entrepreneur right now. I want to be a startup founder. I want to work in one startup. I want to do something in IT. And the point was, we have been talking about lots about PhDs, more IT people. Everybody, when we talk about AI, oh, we need to have more engineers. Europe always had good engineers. Silicon Valley was practically built by European engineers. We have amazing tech community. Croatia has amazing engineers. We're missing product people, business people, sales people. People don't understand technology. How can I be a salesperson if I don't understand what I'm selling? So I think we need these people to build the ecosystem. So when we come to school and kids always say, oh, do I need to be good in math, or do I need to understand everything about computers already, but I don't know. I want to study art, I want to study English or something like that. And we were like, yeah, because we need those brains. If you want to build, for example, in our startup, Mindsmiths has the number of engineers and the number of people from different sectors, like psychology, economists, law people, lawyers, actually legal people, is the same as the number of engineers, because we want different brains. Engineers can't build the perfect product. Nobody did that. But if you put a lot of different people on the same place, you're building the best products in the world. So yeah,
that's really encouraging, And it was the program was developed by government or by startups?
No, it was just by Korea. It was like, I think, one of the first projects in Europe where the community was self-organized and actually give something to the next generation of community, because we want these people, these young ones, to be a part of the community in the next couple of years. But if you won't invite them, they won't feel invited. So.
That's super cool, I think.
Thank you.
And I mentioned the government, so my last question in this panel is, what are governments in CEE could you do to make the ecosystem for AI to help develop the ecosystem? And I know you said that all regulations are done, etc. But I think it's not the point, because many regulations are still coming. And when I speak with Polish governmental officials, they say only one thing we can do is to make some lobbying in the EU institutions. Do you agree or not? Maybe there is something more they can't do.
Well, they cannot do right now anything because the Commission is not. We don't actually, we know the Commissioner, but they can meet, but they cannot talk. It's a matter of a few weeks that we will have the Commission. So that is one thing. The other thing that I would say that what we need as EU, CE, Poland, and every city is actually a strategy, as a AI strategy, tech strategy for the for where we want to go and what we want to achieve, because we can probably in Poland within few months we will have a AI fund, and there are AI funds probably in most of the countries that will help the ecosystems. But I think that what we need is actually a key strategy where we want to get and how we want to get there.
Well, in fact, in Poland, we had an AI strategy, but they developed it and put it on the shelf, and nobody cared for like 3 or 4 years. Jakub, and then Tomasz.
I think to answer this question, we really need to make a distinction between, on the one hand, the policymakers as such, the ministers and so on and so forth. And here, honestly, based on my discussion, I really have the feeling that there is an acknowledgement of all the Letta Draghi kind of narrative, like let's stop regulating, let's make a pause, let's assess, and so on and so forth. That's fine. But then you have the regulators as such, those who need to implement the regulations that already exist. And for these guys, really the thing that we should do is to send them to your Croatian tech entrepreneurs and to do like the same thing as with kids, to really, for them to understand what we are talking about. Because the reality is that with this increased amount of regulation, we got an increased amount of regulators that have extremely narrow-minded remedies and that don't look at the bigger picture, whereas we live in a tech environment where everything is interconnected. I'll give you a very concrete example. Today, the big question for the companies that are developing large language models is, can we train the models on publicly available data of European users? And the decision will be taken by a closed group of data protection regulators who only look at the privacy angle, don't look, because, obviously privacy is a fundamental right, it's an extremely important fundamental right. But there are other fundamental rights as important as privacy, like the fundamental right, the freedom of making business, the freedom of being informed, and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is that we really need to deal here not only with the regulations to be implemented, AI Act and so on, but also with the legacy regulations, like for instance GDPR, where the way decisions are being taken is totally not taking into account what AI can bring to Europe.
Okay, Theodore, you wanted to say something.
I want to say a couple of things, yes. I agree that mindset is important, but I wanted to make a point 2 questions back. If you take a look at the price of training a foundational model, it's increasing. It used to be in the hundreds of millions, it's now in the billions, it will be in the tens of billions, soon it will be in the hundreds of billions. So it's a question of, can we, with our super fragmented market, participate in that? Can we actually, if you take a look at Oracle, for example, Oracle announced recently that they're building such a large data center, sets of data centers, that they'll need to build specific nuclear plants to power this. So can we compete as Europe? That's one. Of course, we need to work on our mentality. We need to understand at the same time that we are all in the same boat. This is not this is not the next just wave of technology which will go away if we bury our heads in the sand. We are all in the same boat. We need to, yes, of course, work on regulations. By the way, I have a friend, she's the Vice Minister of Education, and she led a team. We have like a regulatory framework for implementing AI in the education system. The question is, okay, then you need to be constructive and you need to implement it, and we all need to bring all the regulators to broaden their horizons and understand that it's not just one country or another, Croatia, Bulgaria, all small countries, less than 10 million people. We are all in the same boat as Europe. As Europe, we need to unify and understand this. Otherwise, it may become very pessimistic very quickly, and a big chunk of what humanity defines as useful intelligence might be privatized within the hands of 5 companies or 6.
Yeah, it's happening already, I think. Girls, do you think your governments, like in Moldova and in the Netherlands, can do something, or maybe they have good strategies? You said that Booking.com grew in the Netherlands, so maybe it was supported by the government somehow. Do you have any good AI strategy?
Yeah, I think like the most important aspect for our cooperation with the government in the Netherlands is really an open dialogue, because we are always learning on the go. There were tech regulations introduced in the last term. The regulators need to learn and we need to learn as well. So I think the most important thing is that we talk to each other, that we exchange, and that we all also speak the same language and interpret the law in the same way. But on top of that, I think initiatives like the AI Pact, which is introduced by the European Commission to also enable European companies to share best practices, is a very nice format for us to participate and also to learn from each other, because it doesn't go only in one direction, us to the regulators, but we also need to take into account the wider ecosystem.
And last word, in Moldova, how is that?
I'm talking to many governments, so as I mentioned, I work with.
Let's work on a wider picture.
Yes, on a wider picture. So my daily routine is talking to ministers of labor, employment agencies, Ministry of Economy, and where I see our weakness for the region is the desire to take responsibility from the side of the government. So whenever I ask questions, who's in your country responsible for competence or skills frameworks, quite often I do not get any answers. And we have an amazing European Union digital competence framework for educators, for citizens, but at this point it has very theoretical application. And we as a company, we mapped our courses into this competence framework, so there are ready tools to start using, to start implementing. That's why I think the main thing from our perspective to change is to take the ownership to participate actively in this cross-functional collaboration between private sector, between educators, and between the government. This is where I would like to see more energy.
Yeah, the cooperation is always the problem, because on the end there's a problem with public sector, which is avoiding, cooperating with the private because of the law. Thank you very much. Our time is over, and it was extremely interesting discussion. I think we could sit here and talk for another hour. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here with us. Thanks.
Break, so the lunch break. We have roughly 35 minutes, so let's meet back here at 2:15, and before that, enjoy the lunch. people upstairs at lunch. Maybe I'm the one who should actually remember about the proper timing. I'm sorry, but here we are. Thank you for joining us for the second part, and we'll probably be seeing more people coming in to the room, as it's always the case with breaks such as this one. Every year, there is an award during CEE Digital Summit, and this year is no different. CEE Digital Trident 2024, that comes in a minute. In the previous years, who were awarded was Mikhailo Fedorov of Ukraine or Mark Andrich of Slovenia. And for this year's award, you might have met Michał today a couple of times.
Hello, thank you very much. I promise it's my last time on the stage today.
I don't think so, and even if you said that, I would probably not believe you.
Okay, but shortly, because this is a very important moment in our agenda, frankly speaking, because CEE Digital Trident Award is a special symbol of our gratitude to people who are making our region more digital, more open for innovation, for competitiveness. As Michał mentioned, first edition received Michał Fedorov, last year Mark Boris Andrianic. This year, frankly speaking, it was very, very difficult to choose the final person who will receive our excuse me. We had some problems with mic. So finally, because two persons received exactly the same numbers of votes, we decided to grant two persons today by CEE Digital Trident Award 2024. And let me introduce these two persons, which is absolutely special. First person, I would like to award the 2024 CEE Digital Trident, a person well recognized, not only in the region, but in the entire Europe and around the world. Someone who knows the digital industry inside and out, represents it proudly, and is unmatched in bringing it together and making sure it's heard. The person is a true champion for digital progress and has been keen on listening to the voice of our region. As one of the strongest voices of digitally transforming industries in Europe, she recognizes our region's unique identity and its great potential, and shares our vision of competitive, innovative, and technologically advanced Central Eastern Europe. She, because it's a woman, I know her since last few years, and frankly speaking, every year she becomes more and more active in this field, and I hope that after this award, she will be even more active in our region to create in our region more digital projects, more open for digital transformation. So let me introduce first person with Digital Trident 2024, Director General of Digital Europe, Ms. Cecilia Bonnefeld-Dahl.
Hello, everyone in Warsaw, and thank you to the CEE Digital Coalition, and not least Michał, for the invite. I am very honored to get this award, and I'm so sorry that I cannot be with you in Warsaw. Poland is really now a powerhouse in the EU. It's the 6th largest economy, and we're looking very much forward to the presidency of the EU in 2025. Poland welcomed 3 million Ukrainian refugees, and a big thank you to all of you for that. We in Western Europe should have listened to Central European countries on the dangers of Russia. We are definitely listening now. The last 25 years has really been a missed opportunity for Europe in tech. The former Prime Minister Draghi's report told us the story very well. Back in 1999, Europe and the US were exactly at the same level. In the 2000s, the US pulled ahead thanks to technology, creating great, powerful companies. We have not created EU companies above 100 billion in the last 50 years. In the US, however, they have created 6 companies worth over 1 trillion euros. Well, it seems that we are very good at conserving what we have, our values, our cultures, but we are not very good at creating new things. So, that's really bad for economy, and it's very bad for security. But it's also bad for really tackling the big challenges. AI can accelerate cures of diseases, but it can also cut emissions by 40% by using AI and advanced technologies. Fast forward to the present day. Just a few statistics for you to remember. Only 8% of European SMEs trade across one EU border. Is that a single market? I wouldn't say so. It is simply too cumbersome to trade. Technology adoption is far too slow. Only 4% of Polish companies are using AI, and at an average 8% in Europe. Our target would be by 2030 to reach 75%. Poland is in the top 10 countries that will benefit most from AI. So let's have a focus on how we really adopt and innovate. We still have no digital single market, neither for digital nor for defense or dual-use technologies. So Europe is behind in 7 out of 8 critical technologies. This is not good for economy and it's not good for the security. We actually only lead in one of the critical technology, which is connectivity. And even there, we have a position to defend. The second group just behind, where we are not leading, but where we have strength position in some areas, is, for example, energy tech, where we are still good in wind and in some areas of solar, but have big weaknesses in our supply chain. The third group, AI and advanced semiconductors, we are way, way, way behind. So what is the problem of Europe in all this? Well, we are super good at doing research, innovation, working, with professors in the universities, but we don't commercialize. And without companies to basically earn the money back that we gave to this research, well, it's not good for our economy, and we will never get the return on investment that we counted on. Let me give you an example. Only 6% of the global AI funding actually goes to the EU startup and scale-ups. This clearly shows that the venture capitalist does not believe in a scalable single market here. So, the second point, over-regulations. We have over 70 new digital laws in 5 years. We need to start hiring lawyers instead of hiring innovators and coders in the companies. Single market. There are too many hidden barriers. Just to start with languages, but those are not really the biggest ones. Too many institutions. Everybody has an institution for GDPR now, soon for the AI Act, the Data Act, for the Medical Device Directive, for a number of regulations. Well, the future. Well, now we know what the problem is. Can we do something about it? Well, I think we're very lucky. We have Ursula von der Leyen, who has shown that she understands what this is all about. We now have, hopefully, a college that really understands both the dangers coming from Russia, the role of tech, and how we need to boost our competitiveness. So what do we do about it? Well, we simplify regulation. We aim for a reduction of burden on companies by 50%. Well, Letta made the report, and he's calling for a European business code, a 28th regime, as he says. What is this? Well, it's basically, instead of doing everything in Poland, in Denmark, in Germany, in France, we have one way of doing things, one way of interpreting legislation, and who knows, in the future, maybe only one institution, pan-European institution, where we implement and make sure that companies can get an answer on their compliance very fast. 3 months maybe, maximum. We've just started the journey of investing across Europe in digital. We dedicated 20% of the resilience fund to digital. We would like to see that repeated now. 25% of the EU funds should go to digitalization across sectors, but with a strong focus on dual-use technologies and critical technologies, and not least bringing up, the security of our critical infrastructure. So the Capital Markets Union will be vital for technologies. So we have scale. So we know that we will have the investment that it takes also from the capital markets. And then, of course, not least, coordination of tax incentives. Let's learn from the best. Let's look at what US is doing. It works. It's a flexible mechanism, and we know that it can be incentivized across Europe in one way. Well, let me conclude. Competitiveness was the big priority of President Ursula von der Leyen in her political guidelines. Now we need to see results, and industry plays a major role in this. Member states play a vital role in acting as one team instead of single member states. Alone we are all small, together we are big, and we can also become a digital powerhouse. Well, finally, I want to reiterate the link to defense and Ukraine. We need to learn from Ukraine. They are right now winning the war because they had digital skills, cloud solution, good cybersecurity systems, and great partners like Poland. They revolutionized procurement rules to support production of drones. They made sure that they could work closely and like one team with private sector when the war broke out. Economic security is national security. And in all this, as Ursula von der Leyen said, tech is not a sideshow. It is at the heart of our economic security and our military security. So thank you for listening, and let's aim for one thing. Let's become a digital powerhouse by 2030. Thank you.
Cecilia will be in Warsaw beginning of November, and then we will give her the Trident physically. And CEE Digital Trident Award also goes to a person appreciated for moving CEE a step forward in the field of digital by representing it in Europe. We would like to appreciate her willingness to consider different perspectives and ensure they are reflected in European regulations. Most of all, we recognize her deep interest and involvement in the field of digital and understanding of the significance of transformation of our region. As a member of the European Parliament, member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, she has been involved in substantial discussion on digital regulatory initiatives of the EU. She remains tuned into the voice of Central and Eastern Europe, consumers and the digital industry, making a case for the region's best interest on an EU forum. As you know, another woman, so this year, 2 awards are going to the 2 wonderful digital women. And the second one is member of the Parliament, Ms. Eva Majdal.
Ladies and gentlemen, I feel very humbled and honored to be named the laureate of the CEE Digital Trident Award 2024. I accept this recognition as a testament to my ongoing commitment to innovation, education, and the advancement of Europe's digital transformation through my work on the CHIPS Act and the AI Act. This recognition also reflects the collective effort we share towards technological progress across the EU. And this is why I would like to sincerely thank to Digital Poland, to the CEE Digital Coalition, and to the permanent representation of the Republic of Poland to the EU. Congratulations on organizing those inspiring initiatives. The technological strides, I believe, that we aim to achieve in Central and Eastern Europe and the EU more broadly would be unimaginable without those forward-thinking events which bring the region together on its digital path. The transformation of Central and Eastern Europe over the last few decades is one of the greatest success stories in post-war European history. The market reforms, the sound financial policies, the EU integration have fueled the rapid economic growth across the region. In the same time, we do know that challenges remain. And despite the impressive progress, we can do more in the digital transformation. And I'm glad that we have worked in this direction together on the goals you have outlined and committed to. And among them, my focus lies on investment in advanced technologies. Looking ahead, it is also important to focus on the support of startups as well as scale-ups and connect them with the industry. We also need to ensure the digital transformation of small and medium enterprises. To achieve some of these aims, I would like the new European Commission to focus on a couple of things. First, establish innovation to industry programs. What would that mean is that the EU should launch dedicated programs that focus on connecting startups to traditional industries, to create platforms where startups can collaborate directly with large industrial players. I believe the EU should also incentivize industrial modernization projects that specifically use startup-developed technologies. Another idea could be that we need to create the so-called Pan-European Growth Capital Fund. I think Europe should establish an instrument to specifically be targeted at later stage startups. I think this instrument could fill the current financial gap by providing risk capital that supports scale-ups through commercialization, but also expansion. And last idea that I want to share with you, for which I will need your support and work with the European Commission, is that Europe needs to get the private capital. To strengthen public-private partnership, it will be essential both for the scaling of companies, but also for the funding. Governments can work with private investors and industrial leaders to set up sector-specific accelerators that focus on scaling technologies with strategic industries. And I think these accelerators can offer not only funding, but also industry mentorship, supply chain access, and practical routes to market. I'm emphasizing on these particular ideas for the years to come because this time we have to deliver faster. We have to be targeted and we need to answer the needs of businesses and citizens. And also, to put it very simply, we need to become excellent. And I say this because I believe that the people that are driving that particular excellence are all in this room this evening. And I believe we are pulling in the same direction of making our region a digital powerhouse. And you can definitely count on me and my team to be your constant ally. So once again, many thanks for this recognition and congratulations for putting forward those meaningful events.
Eva will receive our award during our next event in Brussels. So from my side, for now, that's all. Michał, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Michał. And congratulations to both Eva Meidel and Cecilia Bonnefeld-Dahl. As I said, I guess twice already, we have divided the meeting today into three parts and three most important issues that we will be covering. We went through AI in the beginning of this summit, and during even that very first part, we have thought and talked a lot about threats, about the challenges that we're facing. And I think now we're close to the part where we're digging deeper into that specific element, which is challenges and threats, as the second part, and the panel about it will follow in a second, as the second part of our meeting will cover cybersecurity.
Intensified attacks and novel cyber threats make it difficult for public and private actors to navigate the digital landscape of Central and Eastern Europe. The sophistication and number of cyber attacks in the region are growing. Cybersecurity is high on the agenda of local decision makers and business leaders, and it is crucial to ensure a safe, stable, and thriving economy. Cybersecurity is set to transform the technological landscape of CEE. Cyber risks are among the top concerns for CEOs in the region, and the cybersecurity sector is expected to undergo significant development. Let's consider our region's path towards security in the digital age.
And as the Deputy Prime Minister Krzysztof Gawkowski said today, Poland is among the countries that are the most often attacked through the internet nowadays. Obviously, this has a lot to do with the political environment and with the ongoing war in Ukraine. And this makes this part even more up-to-date, even more important. So let me please introduce to moderate this panel on cybersecurity, Jacek Raubo of cyberdefense24.pl.
One more correct, I'm working in Cyber Defense 24. I'm the head of the analyst unit of Defense 24. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. As we had, cybersecurity is the topic which is combined with optimism and also a lot of threats, a lot of questions about our resilience. That's why I think we have a great honor and privilege to see so many great experts during this debate. We have only 45 minutes, so it will be a very fast, but I think it will be a very strong discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Eva Ilves, advisor on cybersecurity policy, International Cooperation Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine.
Hello.
Edgaras Kutsats. I hope I made effective pronunciation, but I'm not able to fully pronounce your...
That's fully okay.
So we talked about it just before. So, ladies and gentlemen, Director of the Cybersecurity Policy Department, Ministry of Defense, Latvia. I would like to introduce Marcin Krasuski, Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager, Google. Oleksandr Pluzhnikov, applause, Head of the Cybersecurity Office, Alex IT Ukraine Association.
I'll be the last one.
Colonel Jarosław Wacko, senior expert, the Cyber Defense Forces Component, Poland. And finally, Inga Żukowskaja, Director of Regional Cyber Defense Center, National Cybersecurity Center, Lithuania. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, there are so many topics and so different layers when we think about cybersecurity that I think you will get out from this panel without all of the answers you would like to hear. But I want to give you a very specific presentation of this environment. We have heard that, for instance, Poland and the whole CEE region is under constant pressure from the various actors, also state and non-state actors. So maybe I will start with the question to Eva Ilves. What Ukrainian experience in digital transformation should constitute lessons learned for the countries of CEE region in the event of war threat? Because we are always talking about war, but we need to get the lessons learned effectively from our partners who are on the very classical warfare situation. What can we get from that?
You are absolutely right, and thanks for inviting to the panel. You are absolutely right. There is a lot to learn from Ukraine. The problem is that Ukraine is too busy to fight the war, instead of sort of sharing lessons and teaching others. So I think we all have to do the best we can to learn from Ukraine's experience ourselves. I think the point one is that the war, or for that matter, for any other countries who are not seeing war coming close, the crisis, it's already too late to be cybersecure. For cybersecurity, you have to prepare ahead, and we know very well that Ukraine actually learned a lot of lessons from 2014, when they saw energy attacks and different other. I think not only Ukraine learned, a lot of international companies learned that service critical infrastructure, that this is how the real conflict happens on digital realm. So it's really super important for our region, and so I would argue for the whole globe, to be prepared, because we know that the whole world is moving into conflict mode. We all have to be prepared and cybersecure. The war that happens geographically, digitally is already a conflict ongoing, so we need to all invest in that capability. And I think that's an incredible opportunity. You know, we tend to think that Central and Eastern Europe is not a good place for investment. We don't know. We have an aggressive neighbor. Who knows how this region is going to develop? So let's take this sort of downside and turn into our region's opportunity. Let's grow up here at talent in cybersecurity simply because the nature of geographic nature forces us to be agile, to be on a watch. We can turn this into business opportunity because we know that all the auditors that demonstrate the market value of cybersecurity and needs, there's an incredible opportunity to be also to benefit. So maybe we can use a disadvantage to our benefit, sort of learning from Ukraine, applying it here, and also, servicing the world.
Yeah, I think it's a very important message to our citizens that we can use this threat of constant pressure from the cyber domain for building a kind of, not only kind of resilience, but also a kind of a catalyst of growth, as we have in our panel, like Israel did with their arms industry. So I think it's, as I mentioned before, it's a chance for us. We cannot build only our approach to the cyber domain on threats, on scare.
And if I want to add, you brought in people, so if I kind of sum up in a very simplified way Ukraine's experience, and obviously there's a lot of different attacks and different specific lessons, but the two key interesting angles for me is skills, it's people. And Ukrainian skills were there. Technology skills in Ukraine were before war, and the country really benefited from the fact that they have a skilled population who could step in. And second, I want to argue that it's the big tech companies who came to help, because it's not a secret that, companies like Google, companies like Cisco, companies like Meta, others, they see, they have data, they can help, and they have a brain power, they have a knowledge. So I think that's the democratic country's actually advantage over autocrats or dictators or other adversaries, that we in our democratic societies have these amazing big technology companies. And if we partner together, and of course we are not at war in Poland, in Latvia, we don't have a crisis situation where companies have to come to rescue us, but we have an opportunity to work together, and that knowledge, I think, is beneficial for whole society. So I would say, skilled people and actually companies that actually are in a democratic world on our side, it's two big assets that if we put together, we can win the war, and we can actually make sure that democracy sustains.
Thank you for mentioning this field of civilian resilience. That's why I would like to right now switch my question to Edgaras Kyukutsanas. I'm better?
Better.
I will try to the end of the panel. I will have the best pronunciation. I hope so. I would like to ask you about this cyber resilience in the context of civilian population, because of course, when we think about the cyber defense from the military side, we can build the most effective forces. We can invest in cooperation with the big firms and companies, but still there is a civilian factor. How to build this and where we are when we think about the civilian cyber resilience.
Yes, first of all, thanks for inviting, and it's great to be here, and happy to be on this panel. So if we look at the civilian resilience and looking at the regional security context, I think that since the war in Ukraine started, of course the resilience has increased, because we had no other choice. We had to build our resilience, and it has been mentioned a lot that Poland was #1 in the number of attacks last year, I think. So we in Latvia, we were #2. So I'm not saying that we want to beat you, not on this one, but definitely that gives the feeling how the situation actually is, because for such a small country of 2 million people, it's a huge amount of attacks. And of course that the preparedness level has increased, and there has the interest from both public and private organizations has increased about cybersecurity measures. What can you actually do? Which is good. Unfortunately, we had to have a war just next door, and we had to have this huge increase of incidents to start actually thinking about our own cybersecurity. I think that the last years have also proved that the attacks, they can affect everyone. It doesn't matter, is it public, private, profit, non-profit organization, you never know what will trigger the attackers. Is it your public stance, your nature of business, your support to Ukraine, or other political activity? So that's why I think it's really important that we work with every organization, every individual in the society to build this resilience together. And I think that the good thing is also what we have seen, at least in Latvia, that there is a lot of interest for the services that we provide free of charge. Our CERT is providing to public sector, also to private companies that are under our national cybersecurity law. So there's a lot of things that they can use, like pen testing services, DDoS protection, many things, threat hunting operations. So I think in general, at least nationally, I think we are moving in the right direction. And the last thing I want to mention here is that very important here is, of course, also the EU legislation that has been mentioned here a lot. Yes, of course, I understand that there is a lot of legislation during the last years, maybe a bit too much. But if we look at the NIS2 directive, which is the one which defines the main rules for cybersecurity, I would say, in the EU, I think that's an important milestone, actually, and another reason for increased resilience. And I think there's always this pessimism towards EU legislation from the member states, but I think this is just necessary to ensure our resilience, and we just have to have the mindset that my organization is a part of a bigger picture, a piece of puzzle in the overall state resilience and comprehensive state defense. And I'll stop here.
Thank you for emphasizing the role of the mindset. In the context of cybersecurity, sometimes I see that we are abandoning this aspect because generally we are focusing on technology, we are focusing on some institutional approach to that, but the mindset of the holistic picture of our society, I think this is the key element, or even a crucial aspect of the response when we see the various aspects of threats coming from the cyber domain. So thank you very much for emphasizing this part of the mindset. But we have also this field of cooperation between the public sphere and the private sphere. So right now the question to Marcin Krasowski, cybersecurity is always the team game. We need to cooperate, we need to have a very effective ways of changing our information and also giving us more time to accept some tools to fight with the threats. So in the context of this, I would like to ask you, do you see that in CEE region or maybe in Europe, we are much more closer to build a model of cooperation which is effective or which might be effective for this kind of threats?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great event, and congratulations to Mr. President Kanownik on his birthday and for gathering all of us today. So let me begin. Yes, cybersecurity is a team sport. We have to cooperate, and it starts from the single individual. As it was already mentioned, with the mindset, like each individual is responsible for cybersecurity of its own data, to be honest, and for like security of its own household. And this applies to the security of data online. And this responsibility rests on bigger organizations, profits, non-profits, and global companies such as Google, and on governments as well. But in order for all this network to cooperate together, there needs to be, first of all, trust. Without trust, there is no information flow. Second one, there needs to be a legislative or other ways of creation of information channels through which information will be traveling from the citizens who, for example, will be able to submit information about fraudulent messages, phishing, smishing, etc. From companies like Google that, for example, operates the biggest IT infrastructure on the planet. So we have a lot of knowledge actually on what's going on the internet. And then ultimately to the governments. Because ultimately it is the governments who are supposed to make as all our citizens safe online. And if we are able to create such an efficient network, I think yes. I think the EU we should not be super gloomy about the EU legislation, but I think NIS directive and its revision is a step in a good direction. Obviously, it's like a cat and mouse game, because like the defenders, they always have to get it right. The attackers, they need just one quick win. So it's always, it's a chase. It's a never-ending story. But because of that, we have to cooperate. We have to exchange information. And but in order to do that, we need to have trust. And I think this trust is already there. The companies such as Google that I represent currently, we share information about threat intel. We share it with national certs, with the military, or we publish this information on our blogs. So we are making sure that the overall resilience of civil society is increasing.
Thank you for underlining one thing, which is very important for understanding where we are, that attackers can learn and can test us every time, and we cannot lose one single battle, because the effects might be very large for our institutions, for our governments, for our business.
Yeah, but let's not end up my intervention on such a negative note, because we at Google believe that the AI has actually potential to reverse the scales between defenders and attackers. AI creates enormous opportunities when it comes to processing large numbers of data, when it actually comes to singling out the meaningful piece of data from this vast ocean of information, and in order to react quicker. So at the end of the day, we feel that the AI will actually reverse the scales, and it actually will improve our cybersecurity.
Thank you for that. AI we had during the last panel before our discussion about the cybersecurity, so we see the bigger picture of different fields and spheres of our discussions, and we see the connection between them. So right now I would like to ask about Alexander Pluznikov. I would like to ask you about the relation of our trends in our CEE region with the various regions outside Europe even, because I know from our communication that you are working with different clients around the world. So can you see any kind of a specific forms, trends in CEE region in the context of other, like Middle East or North America?
Well, if we are talking about what are the client wants, I would say that CEE region is still not in line with the global trends. So we observe that the clients from United States, from Japan and UK, they are becoming more mature in terms of internal processes and in terms of value they expect from the services delivered in cybersecurity. While in CEE region, companies are still like undervalue the real efficiency of cybersecurity measures to be implemented, and rather looking for a simple answer to get a Badge 4 certification, to just promote their services, to be secure but not really secure. So this is still some way of improvement that we need to go to get back on the track and understand that security is really should be efficient, and it's not only to say that we are secure, but to really to be secure. Especially this is still a really great issue in Ukraine, where we are dealing with some, for example, medical institutions who still do not ready to spend a lot of money on security to protect the client's data. So I hope that this trend will be changing in the future, and we will be able to see the more demand in security for our region as well.
So the firms are still thinking that the cybersecurity is some kind of additional field. We need to spend a lot of money. So how to change this? by underlining some threats or maybe building some more positive posture to them?
Unfortunately, the only efficient way of changing this mindset quickly is to be a subject of cybersecurity attack. And the companies who really experience a problem, some data breach, some ransomware attack, they started to behave quite differently, and security becomes something vital to them for the upcoming years, and they really start to think about efficient and really good protection of their assets.
Short intervention, very short.
Very short addition to what you said about companies not being afraid of losing client data. So we just had a research in Latvia about companies, 750 companies, and that was the question: are you afraid that you will lose your client's data? And I think around 55% said yes, which is good, but then 35% said they don't care at all, which is, I think, might be the trend overall. So just to mention that this is actually really a big problem, I think.
And also the scale of firms. I think this is also an important aspect, because some of the smaller firms are mentioning to me that we are not on the target list of the Russian Federation, Chinese hackers, or even other non-state actors, because we are too small. We are in this small and medium-sized market, so it is a problem of the larger firms, not us. A very short intervention.
So I wanted to add that that was really true for the past, when we had limited capacity on attackers' side to process a large amount of data. But as you just said, AI helps a lot in processing the large amounts of data, and hackers currently have additional capabilities for automation using AI as well. So that dark AI topic is working in a way that even small companies, which were protected by its size and non-existence on the radars of hackers previously, now they become a target of attacks just because it's easy to hack them using some very even simple AI-based attacks.
Okay, thank you very much. And right now we discovered two fields, institutions, firms, and also this business sphere, but I would like right now focus on military, on armed forces. So Colonel, first of all, thank you for your service, because I know where we are right now and how strong the pressure is against our nation. Even we have heard that Poland and regional allies are under constant attack from the one side. So thank you for your service, and I think it is a great privilege to have you here. But I would like to ask you directly how to deal with the military sphere, with the military doctrine, technology, this every clandestine aspects of your work, and simultaneously on cybersecurity cooperation with the private sector, with the business, with technology firm, how to build this resilience and how to build effective cybersecurity methods in this very sophisticated field when we compare that with the classical domain, like land domain.
At the very beginning, I would like to thank you very much for these kind words. And I would like to say that everything we do, we are doing it with pride, that we can serve our country, and we can cooperate with our allies, with our partners. So it's quite strange, but military elements in cybersecurity aren't very different from everything you are talking about. We can divide the responsibility for this cyberspace, but we can divide the cyberspace because this one whole, the huge organism. And if there is a problem in military area, it is very possible that the other entities in private sectors and other governmental will have very similar problems. And in the other way, if there is a problem on the civilian area, we are sure that we have problem also. The very good situation with donations for Ukraine. We can talk about it as the very good example of this situation, because we are providing goods for Ukraine, which is fighting for freedom. But we are cooperating with civilian logistics firms. We are cooperating with high-tech firms. We are cooperating with military. We are cooperating with other countries. So this is one huge organism, and without cooperation with civilian elements, no army can win this conflict in cyberspace. I am officer of Polish Cyber Command and also officer of the Polish CSIRT, the Ministry of National Defense CSIRT. And this is one of the three main pillars in the Polish cyber security systems, with the governmental and the civilian elements, the NASC and CSIRT-Gov. We are trying to cooperate, and I think this cooperation is quite good. And more, very good. And it helps us, this cooperation, this good cooperation, help us to protect elements. And today, even today, we are cooperating, for example, during the fight with the results of the flood in Poland, for example. And we are helping the police, the Centrum responsible center responsible for the security in cyberspace in Poland. We are fighting. We are trying to catch the persons who are trying to steal the money from people who are trying to help to send money to people in need. So this is one organism, and of course, in case of any military problems, we will have a responsibility to organize all the systems and take responsibility to organize and prioritize the responding for incidents to support Polish armed forces and our operation in case of any problems. But every day we are fighting with the same problems as civilian colleagues and from Poland and from other countries.
Thank you for mentioning that there is a architecture based on the multinational approach to this. That's why I would like to ask our panelist Inga Żukowski for. Thank you very much. I tried to learn this pronunciation. I hope I will be the best after the panel. But I'm coming back to regional approach. We know that there is a window of opportunity to build resilience inside our societies, to build this awareness inside our firms, to take some lessons learned from outside, to learn how to deal with, for instance, some threats are coming every day. But I would like to ask you about the present situation, about the present cooperation. What kind of achievements we have?
As I'm coming from the Regional Cyber Defense Center, which is part of our National Cybersecurity Center, I can be very practical and give practical examples what we are doing. And we are cooperating. We have 6 members now. It's Poland, United States, Ukraine, Georgia, Lithuania, and the Czech Republic joined just last week. So we are at the privileged situation that we managed to keep Ukrainian experts in our center during the war. We are learning daily from them, and at the same time we are sharing with the broader society of like-minded countries their lessons learned. And I would say, as the colleague mentioned, first of all, what we learned so far from Ukraine is this cooperation between civil society, military, support for the military, cooperation between private companies and the public sector. So these are, I would say, the most important lessons. But what we are doing, we are sharing threat intel information on a daily basis, and I would like to demystify the threat intel that it's not necessary to be like in the dark, closed room with only classified information. There's a lot of useful information that we can share. While sharing, we gain everybody. We become resilient, and we are sharing with the partners, but inside our country as well. So we are supporting, currently it's 7 sectors. After NIS 2, it will be 17 sectors. We are supporting our companies, and we want them to be resilient. As it was mentioned here, like if the company is too small, that it can be relaxed. That no, we have the big issue of supply chain attacks. So through those small companies, what Ukraine example also showed, through the supply chain, the military can be attacked as well. So I'm very proud that we already started our cooperation, and I hope that it will be helpful, because we want to be as useful as possible. Not that as a government to be like nice for ourselves and to produce, but to, as Edgar's mentioned, to propose services that it's free of charge for the companies, because we believe that if they will be more resilient, like we will have the more resilient society, and we will have also the more like attractive region for the investors as well.
So the investors aspect is, I think, very important. I have had during our panel 2 times this aspect. We need to build a cybersecurity level to have this opportunity to get people from outside to invest here, to work with our firms, and also to be the active players. So thank you for emphasizing this aspect, and this regional sphere, I think, is much more important after 2022 situation than even before, because we need to feel like we are playing in one team. So I'm watching a timeline of our panel. So I would like to open a very important field for you right now, because I would like to focus your interventions, 2 minutes of all of you, on one case to present some kind of a homework to our audience. And maybe to share the very strong message they can note and they can use in their life, in their work, but also what kind of a homework we can share with them about, of course, cybersecurity in our region. Eva? Homework. What they need to do, what we need to do.
So when I explain cybersecurity and talk to audiences, I think the cybersecurity starts with the awareness. And I think that actually goes for both sides. You know, that's why we have threat intelligence. Basically, the fact is who knows what's going on. So our adversary tries to get as much data and figure out where he can attack, where we have weakness, while we actually need that awareness to understand what is our asset, what we have digitally, where we might have vulnerabilities, where we things don't have covered. So I think it really starts with awareness. You know, as silly as it sounds, unless you have learned a little bit and understanding what are cybersecurity, you know, domain about, what are the threats. So that I would recommend that as awareness, the very first homework. That starts with individual level. You know, you define yourself. What of all your digital tools and things that you use is most important? You know, somebody would not care about losing pictures. Somebody would care a lot losing pictures, right? Somebody would have different things to say, to not to say. So I think it's really, because when you think of cybersecurity, that's so overwhelming. It's so many things to do that you kind of like, okay, I can't really. It's either, you know, I unplug or I stay vulnerable. It's not the case. You really have to start with awareness and then take the next steps, but really assess what is that digitally is most important for you personally, or for your company, or for that matter, for the state. So start with awareness and then make a conscious choice of what is that you're defending and how, and where you invest money, where you invest your own time, where you hire people, or what are the other steps you need to do.
Thank you very much, Edgar. It's your homework for our audience.
So I started from basics, so they can now add more complex and fancy things.
Well, I think I will continue with what you were saying also. I think what I'm also saying to our local audience is usually mostly companies and organizations that it's important to understand what do you have at home, to put your home in order. Basically, you basically start with an inventory. Because we have seen in many cases when there have been attacks that organizations actually do not know what they have, and I think that's where you start. Then I think the step 2 is assess your risks. Understand what are the risks around, what can happen, what's the worst case scenario for you, and then think what will you do if the worst case scenario will happen in real life. What will you actually do? Because it was mentioned previously that, yeah, many small companies, I think that we're not interesting, we will never be attacked. No, that's not true. You can be interesting at any point, you never know what will happen. So I think that the contingency planning is something that is really important. And then after you make these steps, I think then of course personnel. That's what you have to think about for your organization. That's the homework. I know it's not easy now. Everyone needs it. Especially with the NIS2, I think there will be a huge competition for cyber experts. But in any case, earlier you will start to think about it, the better experts you'll get.
Thank you.
I'll stop here.
It's also a big challenge for educational systems.
Yeah,
to create this new cybersecurity experts from the younger generation. Marcin, homework for our audience.
Yes. Okay. So we have awareness.
Yes.
We have our put organization in order. We have the inventory. We have security policies in place. We have contingency planning. But the third step I would add is to share information about cyber incidents. Because as we said already, this is a team sport. So it's truly beneficial for the whole ecosystem and the whole resilience of the internet and society to share how have your organization been hacked, what was the pattern of the breach, what were the exploits. And by sharing this openly, others can learn. And that's how the whole resilience of the economy increases. We did this as Google. Like in 2010, there was a very famous case of Google being hacked by China. And since then, we have been very open about attempts how to breach our infrastructure. And we believe that that's how we can drive cybersecurity forward. And this applies not only to big companies such as Google, but also to smaller ones.
Thank you very much. Alex?
Okay, I will continue probably with the topic of developing the cybersecurity services as a commercial. I think for the region, so first of all, it is really a market that is growing, and from economic point of view, it is really important to have as much companies as possible delivering the high quality services in that area to ensure the economic growth of the region. That could be really a nice part of the future growth. Plus, that is definitely one of the critical sectors which ensures resilience of the commercial organizations, and it is something that has to be in place in the region, not being outsourced to anyone. It is a critical service that we need to develop, and we have to develop. So let's work together on further development of cybersecurity capabilities, growing the expertise, and expanding the services we can deliver.
A very positive message. So, Colonel? A homework, maybe not to train how to build the trenches, but how to build the cyber trenches. That might be
maybe some cyber trenches. Yeah, I don't want to afraid anybody here, but from my perspective, when we are helping after the incidents, we almost always see that persistence of the actor in infrastructure is very long. So as I can help you to prepare or deal with this problem, when you come back to your organizations, please think how to check if there were some vulnerabilities, important vulnerabilities for your infrastructure, for your systems, for your hardware. And please check the IOC of index of compromise. If there is some problem, maybe there is some problem with your infrastructure. Because in most cases, I know, actor is not trying to destroy infrastructure at the very beginning. He's trying to get as much as it is possible. Because if the actor finds your infrastructure as the valuable assets, he will try to get as much as it is possible. So we can find the problems which took years without any reactions from the security guys or IT guys in the infrastructure. So this is most important from my perspective. And the second thing is we are in front of changing the National Security Act, and this is very important to prepare to implement it correctly in most organizations. And most important, invest your people. We've got the great specialists, one of the best in the world. So be proud of them and work with them, help them to protect your systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last homework
it's very difficult now to, yesterday I thought that I will come here with the great idea that we need to cooperate, not fragment it. But today, the whole day we were talking about that. Us coming from the MOD, Ministry of Defense, we have this principle, need to know, yes? So now we are changing it into need to share, what Marcin said also. It's not only that we are sharing it inside the country, but sharing in the region, because we are now so-called experts on Russia, unfortunately, yeah? We know how Russia acts. We maybe not so much know how China acts, so we cooperate with Asia Pacific as well for not inventing the wheel, not doing the same thing each country alone, but to share our knowledge. That's important. And the other second thing what I wanted to mention, the feeling is that while talking about business and government, sometimes we are like in the two different, parts and very cautious. I think that there's enough place for everybody, enough work for everybody, as Ukrainian example showed that then war starts. Like we have to join our efforts to protect, and there will be enough work for big companies, and as we had this example, big companies also made the moral choice. Yeah? It's not only about business profit, it's about the caring about the resilience and security of the region. So need to share, that would be the principle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm always thinking about the cybersecurity in the present times incomparable to the air defense systems. We need to have a multi-layer, various systems, radars, but also interceptors. So we need to play in one game with various actors, but I emphasize during your great interventions that the first aspect, we need to work on the mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to start this from the end of this panel with our partners, colleagues, also inside our firms. We need to build trust, and I think the panel is showing us that we can build this trust because people from the various environments can cooperate, and they are cooperating constantly. Again, opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be afraid. Cybersecurity is opportunity. So I think it's a very positive sign for our region. Thank you for emphasizing this, that we can win this by creation of this cybersecurity economy, cybersecurity technologies in our region. But this is a very big challenge for educational system, for manpower, for saving some critical services inside our region. Do not take this from outside or building our own resilience. Here, AI, thank you for emphasizing this, because we see the connection between the various discussions right now, that AI is not a threat, AI is also an opportunity. And I think we need to share more our regional experiences with our partners, because it is impossible right now to think that our CEE region is lying on one island and we can build here a fortress. No, we need to build our synergy with Indo-Pacific, with North America, because without that we will be much more, we will be strength in this cooperation. Hopefully we are in NATO, hopefully we have this Western approach and our partners in Indo-Pacific. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we are running out of time, but this panel need to be only a sign of our work from the, it's free? Yeah, it's almost free. So from now till the next years in our homes, in our firms, in our services and public sphere. So ladies and gentlemen, applause for our prelegents. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacek. Thank you to all who participated. I gave myself the liberty to actually take notes, especially in the last concluding part, I guess, of this great conversation. And I'll share with you what I noted down, as I think this homework actually is some sort of a thing that's worth, well, considering and maybe doing. Assess the risks. It's actually maybe quite basic, but maybe also not like that obvious. Know what you'll do and have a contingency plan. And I think this is universal. This is not just cybersecurity. Learn from others. I think this thought from the Google representative was something kind of unique, as I don't think businesses enjoy doing it, enjoy sharing the details of their, well, not failures, but problems they faced. Implement the security regulations, National Security Act in this case, cooperate. This is, I would say, a sort of a leitmotif of this meeting today, and we're discussing it, whether we're discussing AI, cybersecurity, cloud probably in a minute as well. Know what others have done, cooperate in a way that allows you to not reinvent the wheel as it was put, and make proper choices, and know that business is not just about business. It's not just about money, I guess, but about actually making meaningful choices. And I think this is all of that are learnings to take, and not, it's usually easier said than done, and probably this is the same case as with many other elements. So this concluded the cybersecurity part, and as I laid it down in the beginning, we're done with the AI part. Then this was the second part about cybersecurity, and the third part that that we said we will cover it covers the cloud technology. So now here's a short intro to what's coming next.
Rapid spread of cloud computing changed the way private and public actors operate, collaborate, and grow. Due to its ability to accelerate economic development, no industry or government in the CEE region can afford to miss out on the potential of the cloud. Companies are keen on integrating cloud into their operations. However, in terms of cloud deployment, CEE still lags behind European leaders. Many Central Eastern European countries still struggle with cloud adoption and unleashing the technology's economic potential. How do we make the most of cloud computing in Central Eastern Europe?
And that is probably one of the crucial questions. How do you actually make the most out of, in this case, cloud computing in Central Eastern Europe? And again, be able to face the challenges, be able to answer threats, and at the same time, be extremely useful to whoever is willing to use this technology. And if you thought about where cloud technology is, it's actually everywhere. I guess this, and each of the devices that you're pretty much using and has a screen is actually utilizing cloud technology, being the simplest of the ways we utilize them, like email or the way we, store our videos and pictures of our kids. And this is where probably many questions come up. If we store our private data, even the images of ourselves and our closed one, our relatives, how do we protect it? This is obviously one of the questions. Maybe it's quite basic. Maybe it's also quite basic way of using this sort of a technology, but at the same time, it actually poses a huge, important question, and just one of so many of them. And those questions, I'm not going to take them from who is going to ask them. Please let me invite Karolina Zbytniewska of Euractiv for the next panel that will cover the cloud technology.
Welcome, everyone, to our panel discussion on technological catalysts of CEE's growth with a special focus on cloud. My name is Karolina Zbytniewska. I'm chief editor at Euractiv Poland, and I will have a pleasure and honor of chairing this fascinating debate. And here is our all-star panel. So let me introduce you Bola Vinay. Balázs Vinay is a president at IVSZ, Hungary's Digital Association. Let me introduce Przemysław Galiński, CEE Cloud and Digital Director at PwC Poland. Tuli Parenson, CEO of Go4, board member of ITL Estonia. Magda Irimia, attorney at law, Abdetic Romania.
You can use it.
Tomasz Meliszko, CEO at InnoCloud from Slovakia. Welcome.
Hello.
And last but not least, Egle Markeviciute, Head of Digital and Innovation Policy at Consumer Choice Center and the former Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. Welcome. So we'll be discussing together the challenges, opportunities, and strategies for cloud development in CEE region. That's a very ambitious plan, and we have just 38 minutes, 28 seconds. So let's segue to the questions, and let me start with Przemysław Galiński and the question about the report on the ICT sector in the CEE, which shows that in terms of cloud adoption, the states like Sweden, Finland, and Denmark are at the top, while we in the CEE region lag behind. Why is that? What are the barriers? And what can we do to accelerate this cloud adoption? Przemek.
Thank you for this question. So from my perspective, I have two perspectives. One is from the report, of course, from the economical point of view. Economy is growing. We have the hopefully quite good situation on the market. So we have big investment on the hyperscalers, and if you compare Finland, Sweden, Poland, similarly, we have the same situation from the accessibility of these professional services, hyperscalers, and so on. But from my perspective, I'm doing cloud for the last decade. From my perspective, we have 2 or 3 elements of the limitation. May I call it bottlenecks? First is a regulation. We had a regulation in the past which limited in the, let's say, proper way how we scale this cloud, how the customer, how the company is using cloud. But I think the biggest barrier was mentality, let's say, approach how to use cloud in the proper way, that from the perspective of the regulation, there is no any limitation of the using cloud services, public cloud services. Of course, we had a situation of we have the part of the market, for example, crucial infrastructure, where we are limited to use the to place data inside the country, but from the perspective of the whole market, there wasn't any limitation, and the barrier was some kind of experience and possessing that every head of IT, they want to have their own kingdom, have their own on-premise solution instead of using professional services. I think this is some kind of attitude rather than any limitation from the technology point of view or economy point of view. The second element of this limitation or let's say bottlenecks is the perception how cloud was treated a couple of years ago. I remember discussion with the majority of the customer, and it was also started from the discussion with the cloud providers, when everyone tried to prove that cloud can be cheaper. And there was, in my perception, that end, because cloud is not that cheaper than on-premise solution. It can be more accurate, can give you additional value, can give you flexibility, which is not available in the traditional on-premise solution, instead of using more flexible solutions from the cloud providers. And also, last but not least, there is accessibility or possibility using various services. You cannot build AI services in your own data center. Of course, it's possible, but it's very it can be a huge investment to have such functionalities. Instead of using, let's say, traditional, typical cloud provider services available for all companies. So from my perspective, the biggest advantage was, maybe it is not right now, is the, let's say, attitude and be ready to use something from additional external services instead of building that from your own resources, let's say.
Thank you also for this self-wrap-up. Now I would like to ask a similar question to Tuli. What, in your view, is the reason why we, CEE region, lag behind, and why the Nordics are up front in terms of cloud?
I'm happy to. And of course, my answer is driven from my experience from Finland, where Go4 is headquartered, and also from Estonia, where I live. And actually the answer is very, very short. The ones who started earlier got there before us. So if you talk about Denmark, Sweden, Finland, they started 6, 7, 8 years ago. On the government level, having their policies in place, making sure that this is what we want to do, this is what we want to use. If I talk about Estonia, then I think that we realized that there is public cloud that we should use, but the real actions only started a few years ago. And of course, they started from the regulation, making sure that everyone knows that it is allowed to use public cloud services. And only last year we had the first innovator in public sector who went full on to use public cloud services. So these things must come together, that you must have the regulation, you must have the governance, you must have the political will, but you also need this one innovator who's willing to make the first step. In Estonia, the innovator was health fund, public health fund, which in a way they broke so many barriers or biases that were there. You know, that maybe we are not allowed to put delicate data into cloud, but well, hey, if health data is there, then why are we not doing it? In Finland, the innovator was tax administration. So it doesn't matter where it starts. It's important that someone starts it.
Thank you. Thank you for this great insight. Now I would like to ask Balázs. In your view, what are the benefits of cloud, and what also are the challenges?
Yeah, so that's in Hungary we just recently made a cloud economic impact study, And the study gives some very interesting differences in the public sector and in the private sector. In the private sector, it's also very interesting, the segmentation. So that we in Hungary, in a large corps, which is over 250 people employee, that adoption of cloud is around 80-something%, which means that this is very similar as everywhere in Europe or in Central Eastern Europe. But in the small corps, so there's SMEs or even smaller ones, so 1 to 10 employees, this is 30-something%, 32.9 as far as I remember, which is incredibly low. So it means that it's not just about the economic of scale as the adoption, but it's also about knowledge issue. So I'm pretty sure that we in Hungary, we're lagging behind the European Union in SME digitalization. And because this is the step 1, of course, we are not able to going into the step 2, to stepping forward with the cloud. And what about the steps 3 and 4 about data, how we are able to leverage on business on data and AI. So that's why the digital transformation is really a key issue in the SME sector. And if you're going into the public sector, this is more about the fears and the kingdoms. So that's, of course, they just want to own the things, which is the typical on-prem mentality, and this is sometimes about the regulation as well, because simply the budgeting process is based on that you are able to spend it in this year in CapEx, so that's in OpEx, it's simply not way to going forward, which is the normal way of the adoption. But the good sign is that it's also in the study that there is a potential of roughly 5,000 euro per employee revenue growth potential just in the cloud, leveraging just in the cloud. And this is a great potential for the outlook from the SME sector point of view, because from 30-something%, if they are able to using in this efficiency, of course, the competitiveness and the potential growth is incredibly high.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting because in your speeches, your statements, this question of attitude and mentality is really recurrent. Now I would like to go to Egle and ask about preparedness, the level of preparedness of public administration in Lithuania, but also in our region, to cloud adoption. What's your view on that, and where is attitude there?
Thank you. I recently attended a very interesting event where a high-ranking official from armed forces of country X told us CEE countries that border countries like we border, it's cloud first. I was absolutely amazed to hear these words because I have a history of discussing with the other school of philosophical thought that is very traditionalist, very conservative, and very distrustful. It's natural. We've all heard of public sector employees that are called Teflons. They never do anything that might be a little risky. Nothing ever sticks to them, and they're always right. At the end of the day, they didn't risk anything, and they're safe. But at the same time, we also have public sector employees, innovators, icebreakers who are Nikes. Just do it. Sometimes these two schools of thoughts don't go together. They never go together, but only when they work together and when these Teflons are helpful for Nikes or the icebreakers, we can actually find and reach some sort of change. So distrust, lack of skills, lack of public sector preparedness, lack of knowledge, lack of transparency on how much do we spend, where do we spend, how do we manage data, and so on and so forth. All these factors hinder the potential of cloud adoption in public administrations in Central and Eastern Europe. It's changing slowly. I think our region has been inspired by Ukraine. Unfortunately, the reasons are very gloomy, but
we certainly have reached some sort of change, and we moved the needle after 2022, and hopefully this will continue.
May I add one thing?
Of course.
So you mentioned about the cloud. I love this password, and also we have to add, and it's good to have in mind that we're doing cloud not to just have a different technology.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing cloud because we want to have a business first, thanks to cloud first. Because cloud is not bringing you any value. It's different model of the cost, giving you additional flexibility, but still we have to put knowledge, experience, and to build additional value. We're using cloud to have the business first, yeah?
Business first, cloud first.
With the cloud first, of course.
Yes. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Magda about Romania and the situation of cloud adoption in your country versus the CEE region and Europe.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question and for the opportunity to speak about this. I've heard about concerns with adoption of cloud in the public sector, and I do understand this struggle, but at the same time I would like to refer to the Romanian example, which in the studies published also by the EU, and the recent study that was published by the coalition, shows that in Romania even the private sector adoption of cloud is low. You know, it was 11% last year, it's 15% this year, and to compare, for instance, with Poland, last year it was 19%, now it's more than 40%, so it's double. So why is this happening? And you can find the answer in things that the other panelists have already tackled. It is about infrastructure, but not only infrastructure. It's about skills, and it is about trust. You are not going to use something that you do not understand how it works, you don't know how to use it, or you don't trust that is going to keep the data safe and in confidentiality, so secure and in confidentiality. And that is the answer, and I believe that should be the main action point. It is useless to invest in data centers if people have basic digital skills in less than 30%, like it is, for instance, in Romania. We have 27% of the population having basic digital skills. It's normal not to trust because you don't understand. So investing in education of specialists, but also of common people, of decision makers, so that they don't behave as Teflon decision makers, like my colleague from Lithuania said. Yeah, they need to understand what this is and to trust, to know that security can be better in cloud because it is about more investment, more resources, more specialists looking and guarding your data, and also that regulations and tools that are put in place can keep the data private, confidential. So it is about this area, in my opinion.
So trust first.
Trust first, yes, but education. Trust achieved through education, through understanding.
Through consciousness.
Exactly, and understanding that it doesn't bite. You know.
Thank you. Now the question to Tomasz. How does cloud technology contribute to European sovereignty?
I hope greatly, but I'm not a policy expert, and you guys, I guess, you said it all, so let me just take it from the technology perspective. I'm in the infrastructure and data center business. I'm not sure if you've been to a data center. If not, don't worry, you didn't miss a lot. It's very boring, a lot of servers and cooling technology, but it's a very important and expensive piece of technology. And I regard them as a highway upon which digitalization in this region can be built, and it can be a sort of an advantage for us, but we need to do a couple of things rightly. And I think two challenges that we are facing are sustainability and sovereignty. So with terms of sustainability, we talk a lot about ESG, but I think the key issue is about energy. Actually, Sam Altman's ultimate gain, in my view, is to get into the energy business. And for him, AI is just kind of a way to get there. And data centers are becoming very energy intensive. 15, 20 megawatts was the game of yesterday. Now we're talking about 100 megawatts per data center. So you really need to put them next to a nuclear facility. Yesterday I was with the nuclear facility personnel in Slovakia, and we are discussing these topics, how to get around this issue. Because with the rising EVs and renewable energy, we're seeing a lot of disruptions in the grid, and it will cost a lot of money to upgrade the grid just to keep the data centers in place. In fact, you cannot really build a new data center easily in Frankfurt, London, or Amsterdam. People just don't want them there because you cannot build factories or hospitals or other facilities just because of this issue. So my solution to that would be to focus more on smaller European-based and owned data centers that communicate together, they cooperate, so creating these kind of networks with distributed ability to train AI models, for example. And they can be at renewable energy sites, because you have the wind in Poland, in the Baltics, we have the solar in the south, and why don't we just use whatever source is available at a given time? And when it comes to sovereignty, things are not very good either. I mean, Europe is consuming 25% of global data consumption, but we only have 5% of installed computing capacity in Europe. And chips, well, we don't have many. We don't have actually the design for the best AI chips, and we cannot manufacture them. So if there is a geopolitical conflict between China and the US, we're probably in a tense situation. So my solution to that would be to talk to Japan, because they are really in the same kind of situation, and they are looking at creating the 2-nanometer technology that's going to be the second facility outside of Taiwan. So, sorry, maybe this was not really the perspective for CEE, but I think it's crucial, because then if there is a conflict situation, you will need food, water, shelter, hospitals, and I think chips as well to keep the situation somehow stable.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to geopolitical part in a moment, but I would like to stay with the energy part and ask Egle about the state of the debate about energy issues in the context of cloud.
I think the energy issue is one of the opportunities for Central and Eastern Europe as well. I think Central Eastern Europe or countries here are divided by many things, but we are similar in some. And one of the similarities is that each country wants foreign direct investment in the form of data centers and investments from large multinational corporations in our own country. Some were more successful than others. However, with the rising tensions amongst postmodernist value-led countries, which talk increasingly about environmentalism, about the fact that tech development, AI development can only grow at a scale that is not threatening to the nature, to the environment. Central and Eastern Europe is a good fertile soil to look for new solutions to cover not only our own, but also European and global technological development and energy needs. I was actually pleasantly surprised by President Ursula von der Leyen, where I think she was in Slovakia, and she attended a forum where besides mentioning green energy, solar, hydrogen, and all the other things, she also mentioned nuclear. It was the first time in a while, of course we had summer beforehand and nothing happens in Europe in summer, but it was the first time when it has been mentioned so explicitly, and judging from the examples from Israel and some other countries, Central and Eastern Europe could benefit a lot from developing small nuclear reactors. And this technology here, of course, we have our limitations and psychological things related to tragedies that happen here. However, that is an opportunity that we should capture.
And what time perspective do you see for that? Because I consulted SMRs with experts in environment and energy from Poland, and they said that probably for Poland it's a perspective of around 15 years.
The experts of nuclear would probably answer this question better than me, but at first it's an idea and a political question that needs to be discussed, whether we're ready or not, and the implementation is always long for nuclear. So
sure. Thank you very much. Tuli, I would like to continue on to what you were saying in the first round. So you mostly focused on challenges of cloud adoption. So if you can wrap this up and present what opportunities do you see? So what is the positive side of how to face these challenges?
I would start from the fact that Go4 has consulted several governments on their journeys where they kick off their public cloud journeys. And not every country chooses cloud first, and it's not important that they choose cloud first. But I think it is important that they start the discussion and in a way don't avoid this topic or stop being in this denial mode that maybe it's not something what we need. And maybe I would just give this guidance that I have seen that it works often if we change the perspective. Today we have also heard the talks about AI, and we would like to live in the black and white world where we say that is it good or is it bad? Also about the public cloud, that is it good or is it bad? Are hyperscalers good or are they bad? And the answer is that neither. We must compare the options that are out there and also estimate the risks if we don't use them. I can also bring the example from the Estonian experience, what finally led to the agreement that yes, public cloud is our future in many cases. And this was the perspective that, the understanding that most people haven't thought about the topic at all. Not at all. And when they started thinking about finally, then I think that it's also written in this cloud concept paper that how can anyone in the right mind believe that something that we build with Estonian public sector resources is more functional, more secure, more resilient than the services that hyperscalers can provide? Estonia is the population with around 1 million inhabitants. How can anyone in right mind believe that we can do it better? And once you put it into this perspective, it changes quite a lot of things. Public cloud solutions do not have to be perfect. Usually none of the digital solutions are perfect, but they must be good enough. And when they're better than what we have at the moment, then this is where we should go. And then the next challenge is, if first we start the discussion, but the next challenge, and me as the ICT consultancy company, very difficult to say it, but I think the technical part is easy once you make up your mind. Difficult part for the public sector especially is to actually manage this management change, because it will change your organization. Instead of owning things, you will start using services. It will change your budget. It's not investment, it's cost. And these things take time. That's why I'm just saying you must start early in order to get there in time.
Thank you. So the sooner the better. Now, as promised, let's come back a little bit to geopolitics, but also to economy. So I have a question for Przemek. How do you see the interplay between geopolitical considerations, the energy consumption, and data sovereignty?
So based on the previous discussion, especially we twice mentioned about the nuclear power plant, which we don't have in Poland. Hopefully we'll have it in 15 years, maybe. So based on that, we see the chance to use, of course, additional external European data center instead of the Polish one, because of the few, let's say, reasons. First, cost of the labor is much higher than it was before, when the business case for the data center, which we have in Poland, built for cloud provider was planned. It was a couple of years ago. From the second perspective, ESG. So to be green, you have to use energy mix which is fulfilling the expectation of the regulation, expectation of the market. It means we don't have such a possibility in Poland. Of course, you can buy a green certificate, which is, I don't want to use the word greenwashing, but still it's not as we expected. And the second, we have this situation in Ukraine. We have war, and the range of the missile is absolutely accessible for the data center, which can be placed in our part of the Europe. It means I don't see the reason to convince the customer, to convince business, and have an expectation to place data in Poland or in our part of the Europe. It means the discussion is much broader than ever before. So also want to mention that, as I mentioned in the previous answer of the previous question, that the regulation is fulfilling the expectations of the business. So I see the chance, but I don't see the reason to put it right.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Now I would like to ask Balázs about your recommendation to fulfill the potential of cloud fully in our region.
Yeah, the growth potential of cloud is not just standalone the cloud itself, and especially not the cloud service platforms. So the cloud itself is just the foundation of the technology which are able to unlock the next steps and the next level of the digitalization. And I'm always thinking about the three pillars. So that's cloud, data, and AI. These things are just getting each other stronger. And that's where we need to thinking about that how we are able to get an advantage in the Central Eastern European economy. We have the great potential of the engineer type of brains here in Central Eastern Europe. We are really the digital engineer part of Europe. Here in Poland, especially, that's huge number of IT specialists. There is a huge number in Czechia, Slovakia, Romania, great example. And of course, we don't talking about Estonia and Latvia, where the number of unicorns per capita is also extremely high. But you know that if we have this capability, that we need to be able to being in the forefront of innovation, how we are able to build on the top of the cloud capabilities. And this is which the EU already lost. If I would be politicians, I wouldn't waste time on creating a cloud provider of EU. Mm-hmm. You know, 76% of the global cloud providing is coming from the 3 hyperscalers. So that is the largest European cloud company is 2%. So there is no way to doing in this, but we are able to build business on the top. And this is where we need to focus in how we are able to enroll and unlock the innovation potential of the cloud, data, and AI together.
I think you also reinforced the thought of Tuli, yes? You also said that. Thank you very much. That's a great insight. I would like now to ask Tomasz about the startups and what potential lies in the startups that are active in cloud.
Sure, but I'll come back to Balázs because basically he said that I should find another job because it's just so hard to compete with the American companies. But I agree with you, it's a really competitive landscape. So we're trying to really take this from a different angle. But in terms of startup, I think it's about scalability. So if you look at this region, unfortunately, not a lot of training of AI models is happening here. At the best, we are fine-tuning some LLMs, and we're claiming that we are doing a lot of the AI thinking. Well, to be honest, the LLM game is pretty much gone. We cannot compete. I fully agree with the hundreds of thousands of GPUs that Elon Musk is buying to do these things. We are way behind US and China. But what we can actually do is focus where we are strong and competent, and that's really solutions around robotics, car manufacturing, plant automation, supply chain management, business process outsourcing, so many health solutions. Really, I think, many of us come from countries where the health system is not very good. Well, then we can really use digital and AI technologies to make some great solutions in that field. But I think there is this kind of glass ceiling that startups face. I believe the credit systems are doing some good things, but also some challenging things for the startups. Once they grow, they will start to get these huge bills, and it's a wake-up call for them, because I believe, there is no free breakfast. Someone has to pay the bill at the end of the day, so these cloud services are very expensive. So I think that also this can be challenged and addressed with an alternative. And also, when it comes to other things, and this is the question around AI Act in general, I don't really know. Unfortunately, I just spoke to one great Polish startup, and they said they are moving to Palo Alto in January just because of this, because they really have a unicorn ambition, and they are going there for 2 years to see.
So it wouldn't be possible here?
For them, maybe it would be super hard, just for the nature of things they're doing. For some other things, it might be a possibility, but we'll see.
So maybe, sorry for this reference to what you started with, in reference to what Balázs said, Tuli, and I think the whole panel more or less agrees. So do you think that European cloud companies, startups, can compete with hyperscalers? Maybe not today, but is there potential? Is there hope?
Of course, there is hope. I think that we just have to do it. I mean, Europe has to have this strong competence. We need to have the full value chain. We should have the models. We should have the infrastructure. We make the machines that make the chips. So hopefully we'll be able to make some of these chips. I think it will make Europe stronger. We have the scientists. We have the brain power. So I don't know what we lack. For sure, we lack kind of refreshed thinking in the European Commission about next level of innovation and the capital allocation to these things. This is a hard game, right? We're talking about Champions League here, and we're going against very strong two parties on 2 different continents. But I think it's the only way around, unless we want to become what some people are saying a Skansen of the world with good wine and good heritage sites. And Europe is such a beautiful place.
But we would be first in regulation.
That's it. Well.
Just give me one sentence to this. That the fantastic things in innovation is that you don't need to compete in the same things because the innovation is moving with time. So that's Google was never able to beat Microsoft on the percentage of desktop operation system, but who cares about desktop operation system ownership at the moment? It's about mobile operation system. So that's when the innovation is moving forward, of course, you get the new opportunity.
Mm-hmm. And I would also like to add, because you mentioned 2 of the 3 layers of AI, infrastructure and model, but there are still applications. We can be good. Actually, you tackled that with some examples. We can be good and compete in applications.
So you have to find a niche and scale it.
Yes.
Yeah. Not yet the final round, because still Magda is left to tell us about the interplay between AI and cloud technologies.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on all that was said before, and Tomasz mentioned GPUs in his first answer and the second answer. AI is depending on cloud, and AI is also a catalyst for cloud adoption because they cannot work one without the other. You need large data sets for training the large language models. You need computing power, like the type that Tomasz mentioned, in order to make AI work. So this layer, this infrastructure layer from the technology stack for AI has cloud at the base of it. But I'm going to come back to the other point of today's discussion, which is security. And when we are talking about security in cloud and AI, it is a two-way street. The customer that is deploying its applications needs to trust the cloud provider. On the other hand, the cloud provider would need to know its customer so that that customer doesn't use the cloud for cyber attacks, for instance, using that huge computing power to spread malicious software. So it is something that needs to be looked at from all angles. You cannot look only at cloud. You cannot look only at AI. You cannot look only at cybersecurity because they are all interplaying.
Mm-hmm. Now time for our 1-minute goodbye round with silver bullet solutions of how to make cloud adoption and cloud situation better in our region. So maybe let me start from you, Balázs.
Yeah, I'm going back to the Skansen analogy, which is one of my favorites about Europe. So that I think if we checking the Draghi report, there is two things which is missing: the innovation capability and the competitiveness. But what is these two things about? Innovation is coming with risk taken. That if we take the risk, that means innovation. And the second is working hard. So these two things where Europe, to be honest, is lagging behind. And we need to be able to be more risk taken and working harder.
Thank you, Przemek.
Same here. So previous former CEO IBM said the cloud innovation is speed. Get an innovation, get the speed, and transfer or die. You don't have an option.
Truly.
It's actually very simple. We like to think about many technological developments in Europe in a way that, let's plan them perfectly and then we will do them perfectly. But that's not the life works. It's more close to like when you plan to sail around the world. That yes, you can do a bit of planning, but you can't do it on paper. You must start going there. One harbor at a time, one harbor at a time, and then, the third harbor at a time. You can't plan it ahead and, accept it and start going.
Thank you. Magda?
Couple of words. Google, the cloud, as we know it, as it is and will be, is a tool. It's not. It is a means to an end. We need to learn it, adopt it, scale it, and at the end of it, make our lives easier and better with it.
Thank you. Tomasz?
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Perfect. Egle, last but not least.
I think it was Kivi, a physicist, later awarded by a Nobel Prize for chemistry, though, Ernest Rutherford, who said, "We don't have the money, so we'll have to think." In Central and Eastern Europe's case, it's also the size, bad neighbors to some of us, and let's stay practical and prepare for the worst.
Thank you very much for these great insights. Thank you very much for being here with us, and have a great afternoon and evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Karolina, to the participants, and obviously this was the last of the discussion panels that we have prepared during this year's summit. Michał Kanownik, you might have met him before, is here with us once more.
Now I promise last time today.
Yes, because it's like done.
Okay. So I have to say only three things to you. First of all, thank you very much for your attendance, for our discussions here on the stage and in the coffee breaks and the lunch. General, very fruitful, very interesting discussions. So thank you very much. Second thing, of course, I would like to invite you on to our after party. So I hope that will be continue this discussion, not only about digital issues, but maybe more about a life, some leisure, some pleasure as well. And last thing, the most important, frankly speaking, I would like to invite you to Digital Summit 2025. I hope that all of you will join us next year in Warsaw. And I promise that we will try to arrange even more interesting discussions, more attractions. So I hope that all of you will join us in Warsaw next year. Thank you very much. Michał, the last time, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michał. I just want to echo to whatever Michał has said and join the invitation for the after party, the summit next year, and please allow me to once more thank everyone, thank our partners and sponsors, which were Google, Booking.com, Coursera, and Samsung. And this is it. And Meta, obviously. Thank you. Thank you very much.